Hi, Daniel. Hello, Daniel. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear
Hi.
me?
I can. How are you, sir?
Good.
Good. Good.
Oh,
How's
my
your?
my my, my very faded Shrek's department store shirt is not.
Oh,
You
no,
can barely see it. It's not sticking out, but
no,
I'm
no,
wearing
no,
it.
no, I like it. That's is that a vintage or
Oh, I just buy these things off the internet. It's not vintage at all.
it's amazing what you can find, isn't it, these days?
Yes.
Um, when you check Facebook next, you will sort of see I sent you a few messages. Just ignore those. Basically, I wasn't sure whether I could make it, but everything's turned out fine. So just ignore my
Oh,
ramblings. But
oh, good,
so
good, good, good.
bit of
Yeah,
a
well, usually that happens a lot where I'm so clueless, I just naturally have everything work out around me without me worrying about it.
that's
Well, I'm
uh,
glad you could make it.
oh yeah, yeah, all
See,
okay
see,
now.
see if like I'm an old heroin addict trying to find a new vein on Batman Returns, see if I can find something new to say about it.
Oh, we'll see how we go. So I'll just one give me one moment. Okay, so yeah, if you're ready to begin, Daniel, we'll get started.
Sure.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for wanting to speak to me about Batman Returns. It's very much appreciated. I wanted to start off by asking how you came aboard the film in the first place.
Well, I think Tim really Tim had a script commissioned by Sam Hamm, who was one of the writers in the first one, and it was a perfectly fine script. Very solid. A lot of people who hate Batman Returns would have loved this script because it's got a plot A, B, first act, second act, third act, a mystery, but it just left Tim completely cold. And I think he wanted to do go off the reservation. And his producer, Denise Denovi, was my producer on Heathers. And she had gotten me in the room with Tim just to meet him. And we vaguely talked about doing a Beetlejuice sequel. I mean, I really wasn't that into it. I had some cockamamie idea of her Beetlejuice in the first family with the President of the United States and everything, but it was a good meeting, but nothing worked out. But then when back in the early '90s, when somebody wanted to do something weird, they called me. So I think I got the call, and I was not a comic book fan. I was not like a Batman fan. I was a huge fan of the Frank Miller book, though, The Dark Knight Returns. Um, uh, but which I thought was a brilliant cultural artifact. Um, but I wasn't really like I was probably one of the few people at that age saying, "Oh, I wish I could write a Batman movie." I was not that guy, but I did have an immediate fascination with Catwoman, so I knew that he wanted to do something with Catwoman. So I pretty early on had a take on Catwoman that they we ended up using, and so I think he could like I really he had a lot of ideas about Penguin. I did not, but I think just my passion about Catwoman, my ideas for her, the fact that I could talk about like her how like I never got into the Batman TV series of Catwoman where they have these wearing the silly ears and the things. And Julie Newmar, I know everybody thinks Julie Newmar's sexy, but she reminded me of one of my mother's bridge club partners. So I never got into that either. So I had her being a real woman and like a homemade superhero. And when I said homemade superhero, he immediately started drawing like the costume of like just something that was physically knit and created. And so I think mm, we took a chance on everything else. And I think it was pretty much from there that like we didn't have maybe the greatest mystery plot Batman being a detective, but we did have a lot of the creepy, great stuff that we went more through the characters.
I know that Tim.
I only found out recently that DC Comics stands for Detective Comics. That's how bad I was.
I know that Tim Burton originally wasn't that interested in doing a sequel, and it was very much the fact that Warner Bros. Were happy to let him off the leash of a studio system and kind of say, "Well, just make what you want to do." I think that's that freedom was what made him want to do the film. So you didn't have
It will never happen again.
no, no.
But it did happen then.
Yeah. So you didn't have the studio beaming down your necks or anything. You could kind of just do what you wanted to do.
No, sometimes I just laugh thinking about the process that, that it really was two guys exchanging ideas in a room, and like now you would have to go before a tribunal and have every one of your ideas okayed, but not but we had really a lot of freedom.
And had you seen the first film when it came out in
Oh
89?
yeah, I see every movie, but yeah, of course I saw the night. I was definitely not a fan. If you're one of those people that prefers the 1989 version to Batman Returns, we park our sp shuttles on different solar systems. Like it just was not my kind of movie. It was just I th and I had for some reason I was under the illusion that it was an adaptation of the Frank Miller piece. So when I come in and see this movie, it's kind of drab, dreary, turgid. I thought I love Prince. Prince music was terrible. Um, and Robert Wool was so unfunny. I wanted to kill Robert Wool in the sequel. I wanted him crucified against the bat signal and his body lit up against the sky. Tim didn't want anything to do with the first one, but yeah, I was just not a fan of the first one. It was just not my. I mean, it looked great, Anton First, all that, but and I watched it again recently. It was a little better than I remembered, but it's still not my cup of tea.
Just stepping away from Batman just for a few moments. Did you always want to be a writer, and how did it kind of end up that you became a writer?
Oh, absolutely. I have a brother who directs movies. He directed Mean Girls and Freaky Friday and a bunch of other movies, and he wanted to be a doctor. And
Right.
he had no idea in movies, and now he makes more money than I do. And he said he didn't know that when I've always wanted to be a writer, always wanted to write movies. And he saw I didn't know he said I didn't know anybody could do it, and so he became one. So it's always a bit of anger that I've always wanted to do it. He didn't want to do it, but yeah, I think I was one of the men of a certain age. We all saw Jaws in 1975, and there was nothing like it. You can't go back and realize what a what an amazing effect that had people. I do vividly remember wa walking out of Jaws and saying, "I want to write movies."
And
So,
and
sorry.
and then what was the first door that opened up to allow you to do that?
Well, I'm a big believer in total naivete because if you're t like somebody once asked, like, what would you tell your 18-year-old self about big going to Hollywood? And I always answer nothing, because if I would have been a little more savvy, a little more smart, I wouldn't have left my bedroom. But I came to Hollywood. I thought completely naively thought that I could just like there was a lot of John Hughes movies at the time, and I thought the teen film could use a Stanley Kubrick dark big movie. So I go, I'm gonna write a dark satire of these John Hughes movies. And I wrote Heathers. It was the first script I ever written. I peaked early. Um, but and that opened a lot of doors for me even before it was made. It was a very script that people passed to executives passed to each other to read. So even before it was made into a movie, it established me as a writer, and it was completely just a complete original that I scribbled while working at a video store. And so it was a pretty easy entry into the film industry for me, all things considered. Now I'm an old bitter man, but back then it was much smoother.
Hmm. But when you were making Heathers, were you on the set? Because of course you got Winona Ryder and Christian Slater, and was it? Did you get to sort of
Yeah, yeah. With
yeah
like
a
I
bit?
did I didn't get Stanley Kubrick to direct it or even Alan Parker, but like we I was surrounded by USC people. I didn't go to USC myself, but I was and we gave and through the USC Mafia network, the script got to Michael Lehman, and Michael Lehman like was somebody I knew, so it was not like it was hard to be on the set. So it was like so I was definitely on the set, and we got lucky again getting lucky with a 16-year-old Winona Ryder reading the script and thinking it's a great piece of literature, and she brought so much to the movie that that it ended up being something that people still remember to this day. And Winona obviously was also in Beetlejuice, and so I had that kind of connection to Tim Burton early on, where Winona could vouch for me, so that helped.
Hmm. And then of course you went on to Hudson Hawk. They had the same
Oh, you had to bring
directors.
up Hudson
Yes.
Hawk. You just had to bring
Yeah.
up Hudson Hawk. Yeah, well, yeah, I was on the set of Hudson Hawk, um, in Rome, where Tim Burton said, "Come and start work with Batman Returns," and I was only too happy to get on the next flight and get out. Like the people who are on Hudson Hawk, they still like crew members. They still come up to me this day and like act like it was a rat who dived off a sinking ship. But uh but Hudson Hawk has its cult following now. It's got like it seems like everything I write grows in appreciation, and Batman Returns is no exception. Where I think at the time people were angry that it was not a Batman, not a didn't ring all the bells for Batman fans and click all the boxes for Batman fans. But now that we've had 50 Batman movies, you can go back and like, oh, this was something different. This wasn't like, I mean, the thing about superhero movies is like I just don't like repeating the same, having to watch the same beats repeated. Like in Spider-Man, how many times do you have to watch Uncle Ben get killed? Like, how many times do you have to watch Jor-El put Superman in a basket? Like, so it was like we didn't mess with all that stuff. So I think now, I mean, there was always a fan base of people who are not really superhero people who prefer Batman Returns to other Batman movies. But I think even the Batman fans who were really against the movie now have kind of a little more warmth to it.
You say the fact it was a sequel was perhaps your advantage. You didn't have to retell the mythos that, of course, Tim Burton, Sam Hamm had to navigate in the first film. So you could just go sort of bang into to the
Yeah,
world. So that helped.
and it was and yeah, it was definitely that was definitely like helpful, and Tim didn't want to like even have it being a continuation of of the first one, where he didn't want the same characters of the first one. Like he didn't want him still dating Vicky Vale and working at the newspaper with Robert Wool and anything like that. So there was there was no necessary through line between the two films. Um, yeah, and certainly when it comes like there are, I mean, obviously the comics have established like Catwoman is a cat burglar and Penguin is an aristocrat, but we had no ties to that either. Which I think, if you're gonna have this mythos, can't you have everyone who takes a bite of the apple should have to be able to do their own unique twist on it, but not everyone agrees with that. I think after Christopher Nolan gave people what they wanted, then you could go back and like forgive us for being such rascals.
Well, I know that Tim Burton got a bit of flack for the Joker having been responsible for killing Bruce Wayne's parents. But of course, it gives the Joker more weight in the film that he
Yeah,
is
that was
responsible.
one of the few interesting things about the first one. Why try to take that away?
Exactly, yeah. It's much more dramatic than just a common sort of, a mugger. I mean, I suppose it's more realistic, but but we are in a world where people are dressed up in capes and cowls, and so you can be forgiven for heightening it a little bit. I was wondering about when you have to reintroduce Batman in the beginning of the film with um, with the gang crashing the Christmas Shrek speech and everything. We did a lot of work going to how we introduced Batman again. So after the first film, is that quite important how you bring the character into the film?
Um, well, obviously not really for us. We're terrible people, we know. But I would say to me that shot is so great of him sitting alone, brooding in the dark room and the bat signal hitting him. What else do you really need? Like, what else do you really need? Like, do you really need? And I had more. I had more. Not maybe originally at the very start of the movie, but um, like I wrote much more for the Batman character. I'm sure you probably read this that like I had a much more of him. Like the opening shot of my first draft was the Batman logo. Then you pull out and it's a store selling Batman merchandising and the store blows up and it's an attack. But I wanted Batman to kind of like be a little more bitter and sarcastic about how he's become like this joke and this thing and like this media thing. Almost it was I was not afraid of going a little too meta on everything, and I had him give some pretty witty speeches, and Michael Keaton and Tim like they laughed, they thought the speeches were well written, but they had the foresight, especially Michael Keaton, to say, yeah, I shouldn't say that. That's too much. That's too much. Cut that. Especially when he wears the suit. He's like, he doesn't want a lot of dialogue when he's wearing the suit, which makes sense. Like, I've joked that, and I'm a big fan of the Christopher Nolan movies, make no mistake, but when Christian Bale wears that Batman outfit and he's giving these speeches, these 20-minute speeches about how I'm the soul of the Gotham City and like you are the darkness and like and you feel he's gonna pull out a Fiji water from off camera and have to have a sip to keep going like that. I think Michael Keaton was right that when he's actually Batman, he should be quiet. But we had much more. We did have much more of a him and his relationship with the Batman persona and how he was like, do these people even deserve to be saved? Which was very cynical. I mean, people think the movie's cynical as it is, but it was even much more cynical. But yeah, and ultimately we've been criticized for not having enough Batman in the movie. But I think it works as an overall movie that that Batman has such authority and Michael Keaton has such presence that him reacting to all this, what I call the menagerie of Gotham City of all these people who are animals, who dress up as animals and do creepy shit at night. It's just a weird city.
I believe they did build the merchandise shop in which you're speaking about. So that was dropped quite late in the
Yeah,
day.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it is even. I think a merchandising shot for the most part is even blown up, but it was not like it didn't really mm, dally on it. Didn't really pay close attention to it. It was just another store that gets blown up.
Mm. I think it's a very interesting point you're saying about how Tim Burton wanting to cut the dialogue for Batman back, because if you think of the character, this when you the opening shot, he's literally brooding in his with his millions in his mansion, waiting for the bat signal. This is not a character that will go into long speeches. This is supposed to be a shadowy sort of the Dark Knight. So you're quite correct. You're not going to get sort of even if you try and sort of have the dialogue, it very quickly becomes out of place, doesn't it? So I can see why. you know.
I think him sometimes not saying anything, especially in that opening, it has more power. It brings you closer to him.
Mm.
And like, yeah, and Christopher Walken talks forever. Christopher Walken maybe has more dialogue than anybody else in the movie, but it's a different thing. I mean Christopher Walken's pretty amazing in the movie, but I always wanted him to be a little more realistic because my thesis was that we have kind of all these weird people, but it's the politicians and the creepy the billionaires and the businessmen who really run the city, and it's just like they manipulate everything, even even the people that we think are our leads.
I think that certainly nowadays, Christopher Walken's character almost seems a bit too subtle. You know, we have characters now as big as him, don't we? You know, so it's almost like the film's becoming more relevant, and I want to mention that a bit more later. But certainly with his
Yeah,
character, you
yeah,
can see modern equivalents,
absolutely.
can't you?
There's a lot of obviously there's a lot of Trump in the Max Shrek character, but I think the scene that we criticize now is like that Penguin is revealed to have to really be nasty and have all these feelings against the people of Gotham City, but today that wouldn't hurt him. That would just be 5 minutes at the top of the news being joked about by late night comics. Like the fact that people are throwing oranges and bananas and cabbages, it wouldn't happen today. God forbid I would love to live in a place where if somebody said something disgusting and outrageous, they get have vegetables thrown at them. But we don't live in that time anymore. You can get away with anything.
It's an interesting. I never thought about it in the respect that you think of what he does in the film. He shoots the crowd. He get you find out what he's doing and why. And these days, it would be politically survivable, and that's
Yes,
interesting, isn't it?
yes, it would just be one news cycle. Like,
Yeah.
boy. He shot a machine
Yeah.
gun umbrella in the crowd.
Yeah.
Is
He
that
was only
not?
joking. Don't take him literally. You know, there's that kind of stuff. You know, he wouldn't sort of people would defend him and rationalize it all they wanted. You know.
It's fake news, fake news.
Yeah, yeah. So another criticism of the film originally was that it had not just the Penguin, but Catwoman or you know the Penguin, Catwoman as well as the Penguin. So two villains, and some critics said it was a bit crowded, which is ironic given that most sequels to Batman since have had the two villain formula. But so did you kind of feel at the time it was difficult to balance the three, or did you feel like perhaps people now thinking it's it's not an issue?
Well, I think later films are much where like where they're piling on Poison Ivy and Mr. Freeze and none of them are making an impression. I
Mm.
mean, say what you will about our movie, but Penguin and Catwoman make a distinct impression. They're three-dimensional characters, and it's the movie. It's the Batman Returns. Like I wanted to call it Gotham's Menagerie, but everybody rightfully hated that title. But but it is, but we were doing kind of an epic multi-character film. We're not doing just the villain. It's we're going for an effect that's more than villain of the week.
Mm.
So yeah, yes, especially at the beginning, like even us who are, we're loving what we're doing, we do realize Batman's not in the first 40 minutes quite a bit. And it is, I mean, the scene that everybody loves that is probably the finest scene of me and Tim's collaboration when after she's pushed out of the window and she wrecks her apartment and she hits the neon sign of hello here, hello there to turns it into hell here. That's like that's a lot of time, but it's a great scene. So you just got,
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I think people like the movie more now because they go with the flow. They know that movie that did everything wrong in 1992 is like maybe it's just we got to look at it a different eyes. So I think that's why people are coming around to it a bit more. But yes, yes, we have other characters in the movie. It is an ensemble piece, but we stand by the full effect of the movie, and it's pretty much Bruce Wayne alone at the end too. But come on, you gotta love the. How much do you like the scene of? Is there a superhero movie that has the scene of the which I came up with pretty early on and help secure me the job of them going to the masquerade ball and they're the only one not wearing ma costumes? Come on, that's pretty good.
Yes, yeah, because it's very much a film about duality, isn't it? So that's the one thing where everybody else is playing other people, and they are that are themselves, and of course when they reveal to each other, their duality, and they don't have. Yes, I think that's a very good.
Yeah, I mean, and if your reaction to that scene is like it should just be about Batman. It shouldn't be a two-hander with Catwoman and Batman and then Penguin blowing up the. You're just in the wrong. You're in the wrong movie, and we don't care what you think.
You need other characters to balance the main character off. You because you've got to have good villains, peril, challenges, and that's what makes Batman as strong as he is in the film because you
Well,
have
and
that.
that, obviously we have these two villains, and then the fact that we bring in Christopher Walken too, that annoyed a lot of people. But like I said, it's one of my theses of the film that he's the control in the experiment. Like these people are just fucked up people that got a lot of things to work out, but the true villain is the guy who's running the city nefariously just exploiting everything.
Yeah, I suppose it is a film. Apart from Christopher Walken's character, it is a film about trauma, isn't it? Batman's trauma, what happens to Selena Kyle, the Penguin. They're all very sympathetic characters, whether which side of good they're on. Was it quite crucial for
Yeah,
you to
yeah,
have that?
and it's the rich guy without trauma that's the true villain. But
Yeah,
but
yeah.
yeah, yeah, definitely we wanted to create that kind of sympathy. I think it makes the movie it makes the movie's foundation a little strange because you don't know whether it's not just a question of cheering the hero and hissing the villain that you have these weird feelings. And I know people like some people are like I like movies, at least to write movies where every time you see them, it's gonna hit you a little differently. And so you think one time you see it, Penguin's gonna be like disgusting and gross and vulgar and just somebody to loathe, and then the other time you're gonna see like, oh, the poor guy who's got a dies at a penguin funeral, like he really he deserves our love.
When at what point did you come across the idea of having the penguins is involved as much as they are in terms of he uses them as his army. Of
Yeah,
course, there
yeah,
was often there as is
not our strong, not the strongest climax of penguins with missiles tied to them.
yeah.
But yeah, yeah, again, pretty early on, we realized neither Tim and I really liked the Penguin character, the comics, or the even the TV show. He was like he was disturbing in a way that wasn't pleasant. That like and we thought like if he's that weird, like we may as well make him really weird. And so and like Tim had just drawn a drawing of a hideous mutant boy, and like, why don't we make that the character? And like, I think everything flowed from there. And um, yeah, so I think a key line is because we had in Raging Bull and Elephant Man, we have that famous line, "I'm not an animal, I'm a human being." So it's like, what if we make his arc him trying to be a human being and then realizing I'm an animal. I'm not a human. Like we thought that was we liked that, and I lost track of what I was going to say, but uh,
No, I think that was very interesting, sort of, and of course he's also betrayed by Max Shrek, and there's a certain amount of is it just did society
yeah,
make
yeah,
like
yeah. It's
him?
like
You know?
he wants to be the great villain, but he's still abused by the people who really know what's going on. So I like that. Um, yeah, and we knew pretty early on that like we go for some reason Tim wanted once we cr- started thinking about the character, he wanted to go to SeaWorld, so we went to SeaWorld right away, and um, and so that's when the penguins got involved and actual penguins, and I mean it's funny, and then like when I wrote the first draft, we kind of knew Danny DeVito was going to play the role. And so the first draft was a little more wisecracking, and it's a great lesson for writers out there when you know the actor who's going to play. Like Danny DeVito's first response was, "This is a great character, but you wrote a Danny DeVito role. You wrote him like Danny DeVito. Like, don't do that. Like, write the character, not the actor." And so I got even crazier the second draft.
Because of course you got so that's interesting that you 'cause a lot of the cast, apart from Michael Keaton, you didn't know who'd be playing them. So there is a temptation, obviously, I suppose you need to tailor the script to perhaps the actor's strengths, but not to the point where that it breaks the character and you're just writing for Michelle Pfeiffer or Christopher Walken. So you've got to kind of marry the two.
Yeah, definitely with Catwoman, I was in my own world. Like Catwoman, I knew what I was doing from the get-go, and like I think that character, like I love that both Annette Bening, who was originally offered the role, and Michelle Pfeiffer when she finally got the role, their reaction to the script was overwhelming. Like it was just like, wait a minute, this isn't the girl part. This is like a real character. Like it was not written for any actors. It was written for like an actress to like aspire to because it was like not something you would cater to an actress, but something like something really ambitious, and which of course a great actress loves.
I think it's Selena's sort of well, you say she has a mental breakdown once she gets thrown out the window and things just. I mean, we can all sympathise with what she goes through in that scene when she tears up her apartment. But we all try desperately hard, and sometimes no matter what we do, it all goes wrong or we're not recognised. So we could all one day kind of do that. It's against creating in a fantasy world characters that are relatable, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm,
Yeah, no, that's definitely what we're going for.
yeah. What was the hell here? Was that in the script, or was that kind of something that you'd
Oh,
seen?
that's all me, baby. Don't you try
Yeah,
and give that one to
yeah.
Tim Burton. That was in the first draft of the script.
Hmm. And I do quite like the fact that Catwoman's costume deteriorates as her grip has a mental she mentally deteriorates as well as things once Batman throws her off the roof and and
Yeah,
Penguin and all that it kind of
yeah,
reflects
that
how
was
she's going.
definitely in the bones of the script too. That we wanted to do that. Like again, uh, it was a little too airbrushed, the TV series, where she has the costume and her little cohorts, like they all went to the costume store together and like got their little outfits, and like it didn't make sense. I mean, one of my first images was just in creating the role was just that Bruce Wayne goes into his chamber of Batman suits, and meanwhile Catwoman is like trying to get her shitty homemade costume out from underneath the pizza box in the bottom of her Volkswagen. Like that's definitely an original impulse that we had that guided us through.
Mm. Yeah, and I think it's quite I think it's quite good that you went against the grain of her being a cat burglar because she that's kind of almost not too much of a leap really, but you're very much a yin and yang, isn't it? When you've got somebody that is normal and then just suddenly goes nuts.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's like I love when people come out. She's a cat burglar in the comic books. Like you did it wrong. Like okay, we're doing it wrong. Kill us, sue us.
I'm quite a big James Bond fan, and you wouldn't believe the endless debates and people saying about spoiler warning that Bond gets killed at the end of the last film, and you kind of it's a fictional character. You're supposed to try things. If you don't do that, where's it? It's not going to have a future, is it? Unless you try things. So
And there's also been, five James Bonds, like,
or six, but yes.
six. I pulled the nut. I knew I was gonna miss Lazenby. Um, but yeah, yeah. So it's not like there's rules to be followed.
No.
But I'm still shocked that I got to see the movie before anybody spoiled it for me.
I spoke to a storyboard artist who worked on the film and actually he got fired because he criticized an idea that happened to be the director's and so they kind of fell out. And usually I hate spoilers, but because COVID was going on and on and on and it kept getting delayed, I thought, well, I'm going to get COVID and die in a minute and I'm never going to see this film. So I said to him. I've because it did get out. It wasn't I don't know. It wasn't a British tabloids. I don't know about it America, but it actually got out that Bond had died in the film. But everybody, not trusting, what's written, people didn't believe it, and it quickly went away. So no, it didn't come out. And I said to the storyboard artist, "Is it true that he dies?" And he said yes. So I was one of the few diehard Bond fans that went in the film, kind of prepared, and maybe that's
Oh
kind of
wow.
why I didn't feel.
Wow.
And there was a certain point where I went, yes, he's right. This is where it's going, isn't it? Even at that point, not quite believing him, but
Yeah, I just remember thinking, God, if they killed him, that would be amazing.
yeah, yeah,
Like,
I really loved that they did it,
yeah.
and a bit like Batman Returns, the fact it is not afraid to try things, I think is part of its, it's great strength and longevity, I think. Um,
We tried.
I was going to ask about you start with the birth of the penguin at the beginning of the film. Um, uh, that kind of sets the scene for the audience, doesn't it? It says that this is kind of what you're in for. This is going to be you can't get much darker than the parents rejecting their child and throwing them in the sewer, can you? So you're kind of setting
Yes.
up the fact that this isn't going to be, a light fairy tale.
Yeah, we're setting up it's this kind of movie too. It's not like the crime of the week, like the mystery that's got to be solved. It's gonna be epic. It's gonna be almost Charles Dickens, like just like it's gonna have a sprawl to it, and it really has nothing to do. The opening doesn't have anything to specifically to do with Batman until those bats come flying out for during the credits. But and like another thing I don't like about the first Batman is that Danny Elfman was really in handcuffs in the first movie, and that those terrible Prince songs and like and Jack Nicholson spray painting the art museum, like dreary. But Danny Elfman gets to do a spectacular score for the second one.
Again, I'm a big film music fan, and Danny Elfman's score for this is, in my top sort of. Well, I've got so many good scores, but it's one that always comes out.
Yeah, it was a movie that lent itself to it.
Hmm. Was there more of the young penguin sequence? Because I did see a picture of the two actors that played the parents and the lady who played the young penguin. It was Nikki Bottifello who played her, and there's a picture of her kind of more sort of I suppose as a 6 or 7 year old penguin. Was there anything that was not considered or filmed or?
I didn't know that was filmed. I know in the original script um we did have a scene where and he has a and it ended up being too lame for words, so we cut it before we shot it, but where he's got a blonde, perfect Adonis brother who turns out to be Max Shrek.
Oh, right.
And like there was a critic at the time who said that he saw an advanced screening of the movie and Warner Brothers was went crazy. They went nuts. How did this guy see an advanced version of the movie? And he says like, and Penguin turns out he has a brother that's a major character to the film. And like, I go, calm down, Warner Brothers. The guy just read an early draft of the script. Yeah, he
Mm,
hasn't seen the movie,
mm.
but thankfully we cut that.
Yeah. Was there anything from Sam Hamm's version that kind of made it into the final film, or
No.
nothing at all? So
Well,
complete, but blank page from the
yeah,
start.
I mean, he had Penguin and Catwoman,
Yeah,
and it's weird when you're doing arbitration. The fact that he picked those two villains to be in the movie that gave him that gave him story credit. The fact that out of all the villains, he chose the right two, that gave him
right.
story credit. But
Yeah.
Wesley Strick, who didn't get any credit in the film, ended up doing lot more. But I'm a terrible person who knows how to write a good arbitration letter, so I got sole screenplay credit. But
So
um,
what were the kind of stuff that they kind of contributed to it?
well, Wesley's biggest contribution was the plot strand of Penguin and wanting to kill the firstborn children of Gotham City, which gave a it's not much. It's the movie doesn't pay too much attention, but it is a gives the illusion of a illusion of a through line because me and Tim are not Mr. Plot people, so it helped give us some sort of pulse of a plot. Um, and a lot of lines are people's favorites. People will come up to me and they, oh, I love when Christopher Walken says unlimited poontang, and like I go, okay, Wesley Strick wrote that, so I have to admit when he writes a good line.
I think so. I think what another strength of the film is how it balances the darkness with the humor because Penguin's saying about dragging the children to a watery grave and when the clown says, "Isn't that a little?" And he shoots him, says, "No, that's a lot," and then kicks him
That's a lot.
in the
Yeah.
sewer and the when he's being when Penguin's being teased by the publicity when the reveal he's going to be running for mayor and he says, "Oh, not there's not a lot of reflective surfaces in the
Oh
suit." He
yes.
said, "Still could be worse. My nose could be gushing blood." I've quoted that a
Yeah.
few times during the years. I must say,
Oh, good,
but
good. Yeah, well, I think it's hilarious that Christopher Nolan can blow up a football field, like massacre people in his Batman movies, but people are more disturbed by Penguin biting a nose and eating a fish than anything in any Nolan movie. Like I love that our movie traumatized more kids than his movie, even though his movie is much more outwardly violent.
and I think some of the times where he tries to put humor in his films. Doesn't always work. There was a bit in The Dark Knight where there's a cop's reaction to everything going, all the trucks blowing up when when the Joker's coming, and it just sometimes humor seems a little bit forced in not many places, but you don't have that with Batman Returns. I think it all because humor works very well, doesn't it, in a dark environment because it's humor and darkness go hand in hand, don't they?
Yeah, I mean we're making poetry, he's making prose, so we don't have to play by rules the way Christopher Nolan does. Like we can have people being ridiculous and being over the top,
Mm.
and it's more welcoming for humor.
Mm. It's the main plot about the penguin running for mayor. Of course, that is was that consciously lifted from the TV series?
Absolutely not.
No.
I still have never seen the episode. I know I downloaded the episode. I meant to watch it, but I had no idea. No idea. Like, like I just had we had some political politics out here. We had where there was a recall election with our governor in California, Gray Davis, and like I just thought if you can recall anybody by just like, maybe just upping the crime rate, like, that I just thought the political satire of like the somebody running for mayor or governor or whatever, creating the chaos that he can use against the other governor. So that it just came from that idea, and it was again to make the point that the true villains don't wear costumes. That
Mm.
Chris Rock is the true villain. So, but like I still haven't seen that Burgess Meredith disturbed me. It was kind of creepy, and not a Tim Burton creepy, just rah, rah. I didn't like it.
I mean, yes, I mean, it obviously is a very different version of Penguin because, of course, you have the physical disabilities where Burgess didn't play it like that. But um, it's interesting that how ideas can, not influence each other directly. We just have a good idea will come to different people, won't it? Just sort of, it's sort of
Yeah,
just.
and then I love the Colin Farrell Penguin too. Like I think the more riffs we have out there, the more versions, the more people going off, and like I just don't want to see the same thing every time. That's what I'm really against. So
I wonder whether Colin's version of the Penguin is got a lot to thank Danny DeVito for because of the physical disability he has, the idea of the character being shunned because of his appearance. That seems to be something that seems to be
well,
born
he
in.
definitely he definitely meets the versions of the character halfway.
Mm,
Like okay, let's not make him a total mutant, but make him, so definitely not take away his underdog status.
mm. And I think it's one of those plots that you could sort of show in a politics class, couldn't you? Sort of saying, well, this is how you get popular. You create a rift, you blame other people. The people don't actually have to love you; they just have to hate the others, and that's kind of
Yes,
partly what
yes,
he does, doesn't he?
yeah. I'm a genius. What can I say? No, I'm kidding. But yeah, that's what I was definitely going for.
Mm. I have seen recently people sort of still, people of course do debate all Batman films, but they were debating the fact that Batman isn't afraid to kill in this film, and that's not always in all
Which, by the
the
way,
yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up because the 1989 film, he kills people and nobody said a fucking word. They're fighting on top of that thing and they got people dropping like flies off that huge bell tower. You can't
Mhm.
tell me they landed in a cotton cannon factory. Like I think like I'm like like I said, I recently watched the movie at a repertory screen. I'm like, what the hell? Got crucified for killing a clown.
Mm.
Like I mean it was not, by the way, it was not something conscious. I was not as familiar with that rule as others, and I don't think it was in the script that he actually blows up that clown and smiles while he does it. I
Mm.
think that was something added on after me, but not that. But I am of the like even like I've had other superhero ideas, but like I just don't think we live in a world anymore where you can wrap the villains in a net and drop them on the steps of the police station because who knows if the police aren't corrupt and even in the Dark Knight, Heath Ledger's hanging off that wire at the end and he's going to jail. I'm like, that's supposed to comfort me. We've seen him get out of jail once already brilliantly. Like, you're going to tell me he's not going to get out of Arkham Asylum easily again? Like, so I like killing villains. I even killed Catwoman, but they changed that on me. They added that shot for $200,000 2 weeks before the movie came out. So
So that was something that you not upset you, but you didn't like the fact they added that.
I was not that upset. I was
No.
especially when the audience cheers.
Mm,
But yeah, yes, I wanted to keep it a little vague, like have that she has one life left and we may see her again.
mm.
But they did add that shot, and I did I did not have her coming back, but it was probably good. They probably knew what they were doing when they added that CGI shot.
Mm. Was it always to have the shadow of her on the wall when they're driving through the snow?
Yes, yes,
So
that
that
was
was your ambiguity was set up there.
that's as good as we got. Yeah, was that just ambiguity? Was that Catwoman? She's got one life left.
Hmm. Where did the idea to sort of have the nine lives? Because of course, originally you could just sort of see it as coincidence that she survives, but when she gets shot, and then of course she survives killing Max, you're kind of getting into a almost having a supernatural element to the character.
Yeah, we definitely go to the line. I would say that she does hit those awnings on the way down, so it does break her fall a bit. And you can get shot in Marlon Brando, the Godfather, gets shot just as many times, and he lives. That I didn't want to. I mean, then the electrocution is obviously a little a little taking it to the line, but yeah, I didn't want to go completely have her fly up like a ghost and like go completely supernatural. But we definitely touch on the supernatural.
Mm. And we've touched on it slightly, but I just wanted to go in a bit more detail with the Penguin's death. Again, sort of Batman releasing the bat, so you could argue whether he intended for him to fall through for the glass down
There was
down
water
to
down there.
yes, yeah, Diamonds Are Forever. I didn't know there was a pool down there, and he throws
Oh yes,
somebody, yeah. So that's debatable whether or not that's again Batman being a bit heavy-handed because I think as you say, but you get criticism for blowing up the clown, but it is with the clown's own bomb. It's not like Batman's got something to take
yeah,
about and but the whole idea of the penguin coming out of the water and of course the black blood and Danny's music and then of course the penguins taking him down into the water.
yes. And
Um,
picking the wrong umbrella, I always like that too.
yes, that's very good, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. Um,
Yes, I think Tim had a vision of an emperor penguin as pallbearers very early on. So we definitely knew the last image of penguin would be this penguin funeral.
I think it's a very, very good way of doing it. It's a lovely, a lovely moment. Um, th- I believe that was there one point Robin going to be in the film? Because I think they even
Yeah,
released
yeah,
a
yeah,
figure
yeah. So
toy figure.
there was not enough characters in the film, so we had to really do something. No,
Mm,
yeah, it was always going to be really quick and vague and not an actual character. At least the last drafts that I wrote. Like as far as I got with Penguin was basically just the Batmobile was messed up. He had to go into a garage right away and get something fixed. A young mechanic is there. They have some banter. He fixes the car. He's got an R on his mechanic's jersey. That
mm,
was it. That was as far as we went. He was
mm,
never going to be a major character.
mm. It's a bit more what Christopher Nolan did with him in the Dark Knight Rises. It's sort of implied, but you don't actually
Yeah,
see the Robin
yeah.
in the comics or anything. So I was just wondering about sort of what some of perhaps your favorite moments that you are in the film, some of your ideas or things that you felt really worked well in the film when maybe sort of saw it when it first came out.
Well, definitely, I've talked about them. Just Catwoman transformation sequence and the masquerade ball, and like the fact that Tim, without my help, chose Susie and the Banshees for the song was also incredible,
Mm,
and I like that. I do like I do like watching the movie with an audience, and then now we've gotten this in this mode where like by making it a Christmas movie, it shows at least every December, at least a couple times out here, and I always end up doing a Q&A after a screening out here in Los Angeles. And because the first time I watched the movie, like the premiere, the opening weekend, the audience was enraptured. they were paying attention. I never thought they were digging the movie though. The movie was like above them somehow. It was like the first audience for Eyes Wide Shut. Like it was just like they were like, what is this movie? And and kids were crying and so it was interesting. It wasn't entirely pleasant, but now I can feel like the movie did. The movie is a different movie so many times throughout the movie. It's not a straight. It's never straight. It's never a straight action movie. It's never a straight comedy. It's never a straight superhero movie. So watching with the audience today, they're like, a movie can't do this. A movie shouldn't do this. This is the like. I just love that it's not like any other superhero movie or not like any other movie effect of the movie and seeing with an audience is like sometimes this side of the theater will laugh, sometimes this theater side will laugh, sometimes and then people come up to me and like I cried this time. Like I just love that it's definitely a different experience for different people, and I like that.
Yeah, I think the fact it is that Christmas does have a little advantage when it comes to repeat showings. Over in here in the UK, it was rated a 15, so you couldn't go unless you were 15. But of course, you have a different rating system, don't you, in the States? So
Yeah, we have
it
a
can be
different
quite that
rating system
strict.
and a different sensibility where
Mm.
like I'm sure parents can bring their kids a Terminator like it's not it's not as well policed as it is in other countries.
And strangely, from a lot of UK prints until I think the Blu-rays, the bit where Catwoman has the aerosols in the microwave to blow up the store, but was always cut. It was, yeah,
Really?
I think maybe there was some kind of thing about it at the time, maybe, but it was that was quite
Oh,
interesting what they cut out.
yeah, wow.
Um, and I think there was one country who
Always proud of myself when I can get the country to cut something out.
I think there was one country that because of the length of their video and their format, they had to cut a bit of the film out to fit on the tape. And I think they cut the whole Catwoman transformation scene
What?
in
Don't
her
tell me. No, no,
apartment.
no, no, don't tell me that. I don't like that.
Apparently, how people didn't
Oh
must be
no.
quite clue. Suddenly she yeah. So that's the
Well, one thing that bothered me is that I don't know if you remember Laserdisc, but yeah, Laserdisc. Yeah, every hour you had to turn over the Laserdisc, or sometimes you had a machine that turned it over yourself. But by being over 2 hours, we were on three disc. So you watch the first hour of the movie, turn it over, watch the second hour. This the when they're at the masquerade ball, they say we should go, and then the disc ends, and then you have to put on an entirely new disc, and that's when the party blows up. It like ruins the whole effect of the party blowing up. Like,
yeah. That's unfortunate. It's the same sort of thing. Sometimes when you see it on TV with all the ad breaks, you kind of it disrupts the flow, doesn't it, of the film. Um, I was going to say, so we alluded that the fact that the film wasn't that well received originally, but I think part of it was the fact that Tim Burton, everybody making the film were making a Batman for adults, but the toy companies, McDonald's, etc., were not under that impression, and they were basically marketing this as a children's film. Do you think that's kind of where a lot of the problems was?
yeah, well, definitely it didn't. I mean, it helps the movie's reputation today. It makes me even proud of the movie, but it was definitely at the time not a great thing. I mean, we made a decent amount of money, but every week we would take a bigger box office hit than usual because the word was getting out that it's not a movie you can just bring your kids to. Although so many people have these great stories of like seeing the movie as a kid and it warped them forever, and it left such an impress. It was one of the first movies to leave a deep impression on them. So I think it's a win, but nobody will agree with me. But I don't know if you've seen the talk show clip of the kid talking about how Batman's not for kids and like how this movie is a crime and a talk show and I'm like people keep sending me this clip off YouTube and I go, the kid's right. He had a great point. He goes, they specifically took things that kids like Christmas, toys, ducks, penguins, wrapped gifts, and subverted them. And I'm like, this kid knows my game plan.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why more kids are disturbed by that than any kid who saw Dark Knight Rises or Dark Knight Returns when they were a kid. Even though that's much more, even those movies are, I think, even much more pitched to an adult sensibility. Like the fact that we're not an adult movie, I don't think. We're a kids movie, but we're a kids movie that's gonna fuck you up, which makes us more insidious, but
Mm.
you know,
Yeah.
I'm
I,
sure.
I, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's a very interesting point about subverting things. Of course, that somebody lands on the Christmas tree and is dead. He's sport with its presents blowing up yeah, you are taking things that kids associate as being warm and
So
fuzzy.
somebody said it's a Batman movie for people who hate a Batman Christmas movie for people who hate Batman and hate Christmas.
So of course, history has been a lot kinder to the film. It must be quite gratifying that now it's viewed in the way it is.
Yes, I well, if I sometimes when I have too much to drink at night, I'll Google Batman Returns underrated, and there'll always be an interesting article to find. Demolition Man, another movie I wrote, Demolition Man underrated also gets a lot of good hits. Like,
Yeah, I do like Demolition Man. Yeah, yeah.
unfortunately, like my career is tragedy plus time equals comedy. They don't get the joke until later.
Hmm. I mean, as you mentioned, Demolition Man, but was that sort of film that was good to do at the time? And was it?
Yeah. That I
Hmm.
I had just worked with Warner Brothers and Batman, and like I only spent like 3 weeks working on it,
Hmm.
but I completely turned it into much more of a comic satire, and I think it's Elon Musk's favorite movie, so
Hmm.
take what you will from there. But um, yeah, again, I think a lot of people came in expecting to see a different movie. Like
Hmm.
they come in to see Batman, so they come in to see a Batman movie. They got a different kind of Batman movie. They came to see a Sylvester Stallone movie. They got a different Sylvester Stallone movie.
Hmm.
I've never had an honest trailer for any of my movies. They always try to make them seem like they're more normal than they are,
Hmm.
which some people will have a good time, appreciate that it's something different. Other people think you rip them off somehow.
I wonder what Elon Musk likes about Demolition Man. Is it Wesley Snipes' character? He thinks, oh well, I quite like him.
I think he likes the subversion of a politically correct future
Oh, well,
where
yes, that would feed in. Yes,
there's
yeah.
no cussing, no alcohol, and then Sylvester Stallone comes in and ruins everything.
Yeah, I do remember that Adolf Hitler liked The Great Dictator, that Charlie
Oh,
Chaplin,
really? Is that true?
and apparently there was a quite a well-known picture of when the Wolf Lair has been bombed out of all recognition. The globe that Chaplin obviously has a balloon
Yeah,
version of is there. It's clearly in Hitler's in the Wolf Layer, and they found lists of films that Hitler requested to watch, and he requested The Great Dictator twice. No other films had he requested to see again. He
oh
obviously
wow,
missed the point of it, but
yeah,
something about it that captivated him. But that's
that's funny. That's funny. That's funny.
um, so were you? I know that Tim Burton at this time was thinking, well, I might do more, and he did sort of start to pitch another film. Were you quite keen to perhaps do another one?
Yeah, well, we were involved in a Catwoman movie, that with just Catwoman,
Hmm.
and I think we had very different points of view. I kind of wanted to do a Batman movie that didn't have Batman in it, that I wanted more of an epic movie. Actually, a lot like where Catwoman moves to a small town and has to deal with a macho trio of superheroes, almost like the characters from that TV series, The Boys, if you've seen it, like like bad superheroes. And I think Tim wanted to do a much smaller movie. I like he even said like it'd be great if we could do a black and white movie like Cat People, of her just in a small town going through shit. And
Oh, I've lost your audio, Daniel.
me
Can't
now.
hear you. Oh yeah, yes, got you back. Yeah,
Yeah, I was saying
yeah.
he wanted to do a much lower budget movie of like just Catwoman alone in a small town. Interconnection stable, unstable, but
Mm.
yeah, yeah. So ultimately like he approved my outline. I never got I actually never got an approval of my outline. I'm actually still waiting for my notes for my Catwoman script, but the fact that I think he just moved on from the project and everybody lost interest except for Michelle Pfeiffer, who was kind of pissed off at both of us for fucking it up. But um,
So it was going to be kind of a Michelle Pfeiffer
yeah,
version of that would have been. And I know that she was very upset when Halle Berry did Catwoman and she didn't do it. I think.
I think the Earth was upset and Halle Berry
Well, the
did.
outfit was nice, she had. I mean, if nothing else,
Yeah, okay, okay.
Halle Berry, but it was a terrible film.
Yes, well, I remember when arbitration came, there was 30, I was the first writer, and there was 36 other writers. And they said, "Do you want to arbitrate?" I go, "No, thank you."
I don't blame you. Um, am I correct that originally at one point I thought well maybe this is one of those false things that just sort of circulated that Matt Shrek was at one point going to be Harvey Dent. You're going to have the Two-Face thing. What's that?
People say stuff like that,
Yeah, it's not true.
and it was never the case. Like there was one conversation of maybe bringing Billy D. Williams back as Harvey Dent, and he flips the coin, and it's the wrong size, so he doesn't go crazy. Like so, we just kick the can down the road for another movie. But like again, Harvey Dent's another character from the first one that we just like. Tim just didn't want any connection with the first one.
Mm. If you had done the next one, would Two-Face would that have been the one you would want to have done?
Oh boy, I didn't even let myself think that far ahead.
Mm.
Well, when it became clear that we were making burger McDonald's and the kids unhappy, I realized I was probably not going to be asked back to the dance.
Yeah, yeah. Just before I wrap up, you mentioned that Hudson Hawk was not the best experience. Why was that? Why didn't it kind of sort of pan out in the way you thought it would?
I mean, it wasn't. I make fun of it just because of the way it was treated when it first came out.
Mm,
But it had its joys. I mean, it was not, I got along. I had a better time than Michael Lehman, the director, did. I think because everybody was trying to direct the movie. But I think it was just a good lesson that we never settled on what the movie would be. And every day in dailies, Joel Silver and Bruce Willis would say, "It's North by Northwest. It's a Pink Panther movie. It's a James Bond movie with Bruce Willis's character from Moonlighting instead of James Bond." Like we had just like it was a lesson that you have to well, it's a problem. It's still a problem for me. I never met a tone I didn't like. That I can't think that's my problem that I have too many tones. So,
mm,
but again, the movie makes me laugh from time to time. It does have a fan base, but it was still the memory of the premiere was too traumatic. Speaking of traumas, that was the night I became a supervillain where um it was like no one laughed, and I'm like, is this an audience or a Da Vinci oil painting? Like, that. So you can't take away those bad memories, even though it's gotten more respect lately.
And were the Batman Returns premieres good fun?
Well, that was fun. That was fun. That was spectacular. Although, don't tell my stepfather that he was talking to a Jack Nicholson impersonator and not Jack Nicholson.
Oh yeah, yeah. Best not to break that bubble. I burst that bubble. Yeah. So I was going to ask. Oh yeah, I was going to ask about the action sequences because how much do you have
Oh
to
no! Don't ask about those because
how much do you put on the page and how much do you say, well, this is going to be Tim's second unit and
I
yeah.
mean, I put a lot. I put a lot. I mean, like I just remember having to have a thesaurus for words like roared and rattled and scrambled and storms and like just so there was a lot of, and then just the stunt people get it and they do what they want with it. So it was not like it was it was taken with a grain of salt. Like it was just like action. It ended up, even though I did write action, it did become action scene here ultimately. And Tim, it's not Tim's favorite thing to direct. Even monitoring a second unit is not fun. But
So things like the Batmobile turning around, all that kind of thing would be, and the shields, that would all be something that would come later.
I don't. Yeah, that was something that I think Tim and the prop department came up with. I
Mm,
mean, definitely. Um, I mean, like Penguin taking control of the Batmobile
mm,
and having his own mini Batmobile and running it. That was in the script. That was in my idea.
mm,
Like being framed for crimes by
mm,
driving in and shit. That was definitely in the script,
mm,
but a lot of the other detail.
mm.
You end up writing these big, you know, you end up thinking you have all the money in the world, and then you get on the set, and you do have all the money in the world, but all the money in the world's still not enough. Like I've never, even though I've done big budget movies and low budget movies, it seems like there's never enough money.
So you have to sort of probably write it big and then it maybe gets smaller by,
Yes, it's like, oh, we have to actually have to do this now.
yeah.
So like, oh, okay, we got to break it down into bite-sized morsels.
Mm. Yeah, and it must be quite fun to sort of type Batmobile turn into a missile, and you think, well, some poor person's got to work out how to do
Yeah,
very easy to
yes,
write it, and then to do it on the day.
yes. You're alone in your underwear up by your computer, and now some people got to do really sweat and toil.
Mm. One of my favorite bits of the film is when Batman takes off his mask at the end. Again, we're talking about themes of duality, but that was is that's something that maybe fans don't want Batman to be revealed. I don't know what your thoughts on that at the end when he's talking to Selena.
Yeah, I just think yeah, it's one of my favorite. I just think it's a real powerful scene. Just it's like, especially now when you see Marvel movies and the climax of the movie is the cloud of Gadonkagon is going to take over the world if we don't get the scepter of Dingy Ding. Like, and our climax is like three people talking and like him revealing himself. And I love her, like, her line like, I could live with you like the fairy tale, but don't pretend this is a happy ending.
Yeah.
That like, don't pretend this is a happy ending. No one wants to hear that at the end of a superhero movie,
Mm.
but we did it.
Yeah. Yeah, that sort of you think it's gonna work and then of course it doesn't and for eagle-eyed watchers of that scene, if you watch the scene just before he pulls off the mask, he's got his dark eyes, and then just as he pulls off the mask, they're not there. So you haven't got the makeup around Batman's eyes. So
Oh,
when the mask comes,
geez.
um, Bruce Wayne doesn't have the doesn't look like he's a dressing up as a panda, So I think that would have been distracting had he looked like that. So
Yeah,
that's what it was to sort of
like a raccoon.
yeah, yeah. So I wanted to ask about what was I going to say? So I left my one of the things that happened earlier today was I left my um all my questions at work and stuff. So so I've got my rough notes here. So I hope I haven't disgraced myself too much. Um, I was wondering about whether you could visit the set of the film, whether you got.
Well, me and Tim worked very well together early on. We had a bit of a falling out
Oh,
before production. We ended up getting back together in editing. Um, but but like I joked that my visits to the set were like Hannibal Lecter being wheeled out in that mask and gurney, and I got shown around the set, like moved around in this really cold set. So I didn't definitely did not spend a lot of time on the set, but there was no set ever like it. It was just incredible.
it must have been quite something to see some of the sets and to be with the iconic Batmobile and the Batcaves, and even for somebody who's not necessarily immersed in it as some
Yeah, yeah.
fans. But
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you say like I know somebody who's like, I'm not a Beatles fan, but then they meet Paul McCartney and they can't stop shaking. Like it's like, oh, I'm not a Batman fan, but then you go to the set and you see the Batmobile and you say, geez, this is the Batman. This is the Batmobile. Wow. So, it wipes the smug smile off your face.
I know that one line the fans do like is when but Bruce goes to the fish tank to activate the statue so he can go down to the Batcave, and Alfred's saying about security for the to
Oh
repair the
yes.
Batmobile, and he says, "Talk about security. Who let Vicky Vale into the Batcave?" So was that something that
That
you
was that was that
wanted?
that I said that in the first meeting.
Ah,
And
yeah.
Tim always tried to cut that line. And in fact, like when I was away from the project, I thought for sure the line was going to be cut. So I was very happy that Tim let it stay in.
Mm.
But
It, mm.
yes, that was definitely a fan service line.
Oh, it's a very good line. Is the script evolving as you're filming, or is it kind of pretty much
Oh, it's definitely not set in stone.
not
It's
set in
definitely
stone?
evolving a little bit.
Yeah. Is that because of sort of any changes and perhaps, well, I think it was fairly easy to film in some respect. It was all in studio, wasn't it? This film, so it was
Yes,
controlled. So,
it was all. It was yeah. You didn't have to worry about going to the location.
mm. So there wasn't any kind of
Yeah,
location
and I think
changes
all
to
the emotional beats
it.
were pretty locked in.
Mm.
It's just that when you have explosions and action, things get changed a little bit.
Yeah. So you're maybe budget, or maybe if they do something unexpected, you have to write something to build upon another
Yeah,
shot or something like that.
do you really you end up asking those, do you really need this kind of questions?
Hmm. Yeah. And I think for me, Batman Returns I think it's my favorite Batman film. I think of them all.
Even the Nolans?
Yeah,
Oh, well, look at you.
yeah. That they re-release the films occasionally, don't they? And the first one I saw a re-release was Batman Returns, and I had the choice to see the first one or Returns. No, and I said Returns, and it was a very quick decision. So but why do you think the film? One of the things I suppose is the fact that there is something different each time, and but why do you think the film has sort of now, is seen to be at the top of the pack?
Well, I think now that we people have seen so many superhero movies and they got superhero movie fatigue, and Batman Returns is the one movie that doesn't play by the usual rules. It doesn't have the usual rhythms. It doesn't have the same. They have much more dimensional characters. I think it just feels like when you're exhausted of superhero movies, like, wait, this has got superheroes, but why is it making me feel different than other superhero movies? That I think that is now an advantage.
Hmm. You haven't got a freshness. You say that some of the others perhaps don't have.
Yeah, what used to be you did this wrong. You should have done box A and not box B. Now becomes like, thank God there's something different.
Hmm. And I think it's interesting that people were saying, well, the film has to be this or can't be this, and is it a comedy? Is it? But in reality, life is comedy. It's a drama. It's tragedy. It's a farce. So there's this whole thing that has to be in this box is
Well,
just not
that
possible.
I've always said I want on my tombstone. He never decided if it was a comedy or a drama.
That's I think that's a nice thing to have. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. Who knows about our own lives really? In even probably at the end, we probably won't know what our own lives were really. But so going forward, are you still writing? Have you've done some directing? Is that something you still
Yeah, yeah, I've done some
enthusiastic about?
directing, which means I'm back in writing now because
Ah,
did
yeah,
not enjoy directing.
yeah.
I just watched a Francis Ford Coppola documentary about him directing Megalopolis, and I'm like,
Mm.
oh yeah, this is why I don't like directing. You watch your dreams die. But yes, I'm writing. I just wrote a novel that I'm trying to get published, and so like I put a lot of time into that. But I'm still writing. You know, like I had quite a streak coming out. Like every year, I had a new movie coming out in the 80s and 90s, and I was spoiled, and I didn't realize how hard it is to actually get a movie made. But now
Mm.
it's the industry's a lot different. Thank God I saved my money, but but um but yeah, now it's more of a crapshoot getting things made, but we'll see. I have hope. Not dead yet.
Is that is something nice about writing a novel in the respect that it's almost purer because nobody interferes with it. It's your vision completely. Is it somehow a nicer?
Yeah, yeah, I thought I needed some barriers and but I've enjoyed it immensely.
Hmm. But as you say, filmmaking is a lot more difficult. As you say, we wouldn't have that
Yeah,
returns
yeah,
now.
I'm just like I'm a pure writer in that I did the whole element of making my day is not something like I never met a lunch penalty I didn't like. I just don't like having to take because it sometimes it takes me a week to write a sentence, but you don't have that luxury when you're directing. Also, I'm big on naps that I like my writing process has a lot of naps
Mhm.
and the crew frowns on naps when you're filming
Mm.
when you're directing.
Yeah. So in terms of where you think Batman should go now, do you think it should return a bit more to this? So something. Well, I suppose the Batman with Robert Pattinson is perhaps getting to. It is there's something in Batman Returns about it, and the fact that it doesn't seem to follow the rules. It's fresh. Do you think that's kind of where superhero films maybe need to find
Yeah,
their mark again?
I really like the Batman. I'm interested to see what they do. I like that it felt very like it felt very real. It had its own little personality and style to it. So
Mm,
I'm not going to predict or wish anything about a Batman movie. I'll see the next Batman movie, but I'm not gonna. I've given enough brain power to Batman. Like you guys do what you want with Batman.
mm,
I'm anxious to see what they. I'm more interested to see what they do with James Bond myself. But but
yeah.
um
Mm,
but we'll see.
mm,
Like I'm not I even now not like I've never been longing to be the guy in charge of an IP. Like I want to create my own IP, but I
mm.
don't like want to take over anybody else's.
So you would like to sort of going forward make smaller films and rather necessarily films that are committee based and
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Trump's made my favorite thing satire hard. He keeps outstripping my satirical ideas, but we'll see what happens. Yes.
so you mentioned your brother is in the business. But what about your parents? Were they kind of artistic in any way
Oh
or
no, I was the first one. No, I mean, I wouldn't say they were not artistic, but they were fans of art, but definitely I was the first person to trailblaze my way out here, which makes my brother more annoying.
and then something that being quite a sort of difficult industry, was that something that your parents are kind of like, oh, you should have what, proper jobs or
I
or
well, it's funny. My younger brother, he was the star of the family. Never got a B. Was going to be a doctor. Always said, "Mom, I want to buy you that house." Like I was the oldest. I was the fuck up. I was the one they tried things on. I think they were just like they'd be ecstatic if I didn't end up like homeless. So everything's been a joy and a surprise. But I don't think that I like they definitely had the attitude, why not go to go to California on your own and try to set up like, you've got nothing to lose.
Mm,
So I had that freedom.
mm. Did you ever meet Bob Kane at a premiere or anything like that, or was he?
Yes, I met Bob Kane
Yeah.
at the premiere.
What
Um,
was your impression of him?
he was a very sweet guy, and who was a big fan of the movie.
Yeah, it's very interesting that Bill Finger wasn't mentioned until much later. I don't know why it all became Bob and it didn't. Bill kind of got a bit sort of sidelined really, but. Because nobody, I'd even know the name until I saw on one of the more recent Batman films that it said Batman created by Bob Kane and Bill Finger. So I think that's quite interesting that
Yeah,
um,
there's a lot of stories I keep hearing about like a lot of not just Batman, but other DC comics and other Marvel comics that the creator status is very more murky than I expected.
hmm, I suppose these things are quite complicated, aren't they? I guess, but um, is there any moments in Batman Returns, anything that we haven't touched on that you would just like to mention before we go?
Oh, I think we pretty much nailed it.
Oh, good, good. And being involved in Batman, is that something that is more giving than not? Is it nice to be part of the Batman world? Does it open some doors? Does it
Yeah, well,
opportunities and things?
definitely when like there's some people that worship my first film, like my Heather's, that a musical's been made out of it, and it has a cult. But so when people ask me what I've written, I usually lead with that one because it has a very passionate fan base. But when they don't know it, I go, well, I also wrote a Batman movie, motherfucker. So it is a good thing to come in next with, and it's like, oh, it's the one with Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman, and like they're like, oh, well, okay, you're a badass.
Yeah, I think I must have seen it when I was about 10 or so, and it didn't traumatize me. That's all I can say. So it is. I think it's a really good film, and you get something every time you see it, even sort of on your 100th screening. So yeah, I think as I said, it's my favorite Batman film.
Oh, great.
Mm.
Sorry, I couldn't go over the movie beat by beat with you.
Oh no, 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 we can.
That'd be too strange. Although I
Oh
will say,
yeah.
I did come across. I can't find. I've been trying to find. I have a video cassette of the movie without music or sound effects,
Oh,
and it's the craziest, bizarre thing. It's like a silent Cabinet of Caligari movie. It's really freaky and dramatic, and and the movie plays really well without music. You'd think it wouldn't, but it plays like a whole different science fiction experience.
well, I suppose that it's such a visual film that it would work.
Yes,
It was
it's
almost a
yeah,
silent piece, wouldn't it, in some respects? And it's such.
yes, absolutely.
You're going to get that on converted onto digital and things like that because that sounds like somewhere to keep. But,
Oh, that sounds like I'm gonna get myself into trouble, but we'll see what happens.
if you repeat this, I will deny it. But did you like the Christopher Reeve Superman films?
The Christopher Reeve Superman movies.
Yeah,
The Christopher Reeve Superman movies.
yeah.
I
You're a
like
fan of
I like a lot of them. I like
like a
a,
lot of them.
but
Yeah,
the spinning around to turn back time to save Lois Lane is the most
yeah.
unforgivable plot thing I've ever seen in a movie.
Oh,
No,
this first one. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, yeah. Well, Superman 4. You might know had quite a difficult history, and
Quest
a lot
for
of it
Peace.
got Quest for Peace. Yes. and a lot of it got cut. And there's one scene in particular that's never been released on DVDs or anything, and I've got it.
Oh, wow.
So, but of course, if it ever got out, Warner Bros. Would take everything I own. Even though they don't care about it, they would still, just as a matter of um, being thorough. But yeah, it's nice to have it. It's not a great scene because of course it wasn't a great film, but it's still very nice to have seen it. So yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I'm quite happy that I've seen that. But
That's cool. That's cool.
yeah. And maybe one day people will see because there is occasionally you get clips of films, temp or work prints out there that I don't think necessarily the studios mind too much as long as it's
Yeah,
not
I
something
think
that's you know. Uh,
I think everything's eventually going to be released.
and I think as long as it's footage that's already there, they don't think matter too much if it's kind of like an alternate version. So if you ever feel brave and want to send me a digital copy of it, you're more than
All
welcome to.
right. Well, I will try to find it first.
But yeah, well, and I'll send you the Superman thing as if you wanted to see it. But well, thank you very much, Daniel. It's been lovely to speak to you today and go
All
through such
right.
a lovely film
Uh,
with you.
okay, man. Well, thank you. All right. Well, t tell me what happens with this. Mm.
I will indeed. Yeah, I'll send you the finished version and everything. Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Okay.
Thank
Well,
you. All
yeah.
right. We'll
Thanks,
see
Daniel.
ya.
Yeah. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Hello, Greg.
Hi, how you doing?
Not too bad. How are you, sir?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good. Having a nice week so far?
Yeah, busy.
Busy? Yeah.
Let's see, I could tame auto framing. Uh, no, I don't need to do that. I'm fine here. Okay, good.
Yeah. Uh, So I think I've just got my wife on the background just testing the audio and picture, so just make sure she can hear us both and we're coming through okay, then we'll start.
Great, great. How's things out there across the pond?
Yeah, pretty good as much as it ever is. At
What time? So it's about 7:30 p.m. now.
7:30, yes, that's right, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
yeah,
everything okay in the States?
yeah. Well, I guess. Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
It's crazy, but I
It's,
guess it's
it's not too
crazy
much
everywhere now.
it's not much better over here to be honest.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, but well, thank you, Greg, for wanting to speak to me for my Batman Returns project. It is extremely kind of you.
Oh
Um,
yeah, yeah.
I wanted to just before we just get on to Batman, I just wanted to ask, did you always want to be an actor? Was that always on the cards for you?
Um, Well, I did a play in seventh grade. I played Scrooge in A Christmas Carol. It was always a backup plan. I always wanted to. I was an athlete, so I was baseball, sports, football. My dream as a kid was to be an athlete, but I always knew that that would have a limited time to do that professionally. So my professional stuff ended a little earlier than I had hoped at 25 years old, and that's when I went to the backup and said, okay, well I took a lot of classes and did a lot of training for fun in college and community theater and stuff like that. So let's go and get my uh, uh, master's degree and take it a little more seriously. Well, I always took it seriously, but I had fun. I wanted to train a little more before I went up against professionals and got the master's in acting. And I didn't start professionally until about 29 years old, a little later than most people.
And you did quite a bit of theatre work, and what were some highlights of those experiences?
Oh, a lot of Shakespeare, Renaissance, Restoration plays, things like that. Um, God, I could go down the whole list, but I've just Cal Berkeley plays Much Ado About Nothing. Played Orlando and As You Like It at the Hawaii Performing Arts Theater. I played Clifford and Death Trap at the in the East Bay, Northern California, the Walnut Creek Civic Arts Theater for a summer. Just I was in undergraduate school because of sports for 5.5 years, so I just did nothing but take acting and directing classes and theater classes, and then when I went to get the 2 year master's program, that was all just specifically acting, and so a lot of stuff, a lot of PCPA, which is what is it, Pacific Conservatory of Performing Arts. We was my first professional job after graduate school out there in Solvang, Santa Maria area in California. And we ran, I didn't play Hamlet, but I understudied Hamlet and Amadeus. We rotated Hamlet and Amadeus. And I had smaller roles in both plays, but I understudied Hamlet, Claudius, Laertes, and then the role of Amadeus. No, Salieri in Amadeus at the same time. And then I decided to come back to LA when I realized that most of the theater work to make a living in it year round, maybe 3/4 of the plays are musicals. And so I realized that although I could sing, I wasn't maybe a great singer, and that would hamper me. And so I decided, time to come back to LA and go for TV and film.
Do you come from quite an artistic family? Your
Oh,
parents?
no,
No, no.
no. My dad was graduated second from his class in Annapolis, fought in World War II. In 1945, he graduated. They let him out early to fight in the war. He was a lieutenant commander on a destroyer. He went back to Korea. He was an attorney. He worked for Howard Hughes. He didn't quite understand it, but he didn't understand the sport either. So my mom was athletic and Italian, very Italian, all Italian, and she was supportive. She was supportive. My dad didn't say anything negative about it. It's just he didn't understand. He figured go for regular job stuff. But I did have a creative bent.
Hmm.
And my mom always said, she said to all of myself and my three younger brothers, if you can find something that you love doing and you can make a living at it, you're blessed.
So how did Batman Returns come into your life?
Oh, well, I had started when I came back to LA, I started doing about 8 or 9 low budget. I mean, I did some non-union films. I wasn't in the union. I didn't have an agent. I just sent pictures out. They had casting calls, and I worked my butt off for a couple of years doing smaller budgeted films, getting film on myself, and eventually secured an agent and had someone hire me in a film that it's called Bailout. It was with David Hasselhoff between Knight Rider and Baywatch, and so he had looking for things to do, and the producer of that, the director, worked with a lot of films, action films with Clint Eastwood through the years. He was a unit director, and he hired me to play the kind of Colombian bad guy, a generic South American bad guy. I dyed my hair dark, and I did a South American accent, actually a Colombian accent, and then he was working as a second unit coordinator a couple of years later. That was in '87, and he called me up, and they were really going to cast a stunt person for the character that I played, the acrobat clown in Batman Returns. It's just a small role, but it was a line or two, and Tim Burton didn't like the readings of the other stunt people that he took in, and so he brought me in, and I read for Tim Burton, and he liked it, and so I got the job. Simply, I got the job from doing a good job with someone who hired me before. And, that's how it came about.
It's often the way, isn't it? Sort of those relationships and who you know, and it builds upon.
Not, yeah, I don't, yeah, I mean, that who you know thing is, I mean, it's not going to parties. It's not, I mean, or meeting people and that kind of stuff. It's who you work with. And if you do a good job, people want to work with you again. And so it's yeah, I mean, that's why every job that I did, even the small budget films, I worked my butt off and try to do as good a job as I could, and that does roll, and then people hear about you, or they see you, or they've worked with you and they mention it to someone else. So it's it's just like any business. If you're in real estate or whatever, you sell a house and you treat people nicely, and then hey, they refer you to somebody else, and they refer you to somebody else. And but if you don't do a good job, or you're not a nice person, or you're a pain to work with, you're not going to get those referrals. So you kind of need all three. You got to be decent, and you got to do a good job, and you got to be a decent person to work with.
So on Batman, was that all done in a day, or was it a bit more complex than that?
Oh no, gosh, no! They had me on set for 13 weeks. That was a huge. It was the biggest budget film at the time, and Tim Burton had well, he had a lockdown. Nobody could take cameras on set because he didn't want anything getting out for publicity prior to their official publicity. So I mean, we weren't allowed to take, I mean, anything. Well, and we didn't have cell phones then. It was 91 that we filmed it. It came out in 92. So
Mhm.
basically, we couldn't, these incredible sets of the town with the huge Christmas tree and the another soundstage that's 200 yards long, 100 yards wide. This monstrous set with these sewers. So they made they built it up, brought all the water in, and brought the penguins down from Alaska, and it was just incredible. But they didn't want anybody taking pictures of any of that stuff. But it was nice. Every day I was next to Danny DeVito took for the penguin. He took about 4 hours to put the penguin makeup and wardrobe on. It was, and so I was always first in, and I was always just sitting to the left of him. For about mine was about 45 minutes, maybe an hour, and every day I got to sit next to him and talk, and but it was a great experience. It was the first really big budget thing that I'd ever done, and I was just lucky to be on it. I mean, there were people that were name actors. I was just a beginning actor then. I started in what 86, 87, and just a few years, and there were a lot of people just wanting to have cameos on it all across the business. But no, it was great. It was on Warner Brother Live in was it Universal? What was it, Studio City? Yeah.
I think I've got yeah, Warner's and Universal. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was it quite beneficial the fact that all the sets were on soundstage because of course the first film had a lot of exteriors at Pinewood, so you didn't have to worry about the weather or anything. So it must have been quite
Oh
a
yeah, yeah, yeah. But they spent a lot of money, and the sets were amazing. I mean, they were amazing. Yeah. Oh yeah, it was all right there, and then they could keep control of it. There's no way you could film that in a real place. They really created their own fantasy world. It was amazing, and we didn't have the well, we maybe had some digital. Everything was done live, real. All the stunts, all the action, all the things. They were real stuntmen. There were real explosions. None of the computer graphics that they use now in all the films. So that's it was pretty amazing. I mean, it was pretty neat to see.
and were you a Batman fan growing up?
Um, I was kind of a Superman guy, but but yeah, sure, I was. But they had the TV show when I grew up in the '60s. They had the Batman and Robin TV, so it wasn't. It was that kind of stuff. It was all very campy, and this was made more dark and humor in it though. But it's funny. We went to a screening, 30-year. What was it in 2022? They had a 30-year screening somewhere there in Hollywood. Somebody held, and some of us went, and we saw it on the big screen again. And oh my God, it really holds up. You think it would be antiquated. It would be not as good as some of the more recent stuff with all the computer graphics and all that stuff. But we're talking. Michelle Pfeiffer was incredible. Christopher Walken, Danny DeVito, Michael Keaton. I mean, I think it held up really well. The crowd loved it.
And I think the fact it's kind of obviously it is a made up city. It's nothing that really kind of
Oh yeah,
dates it. It's very much a timeless film in that respect.
totally. Yeah, completely. Yeah, no, it's wonderful. It was I never first time I'd ever been on anything like it. It's really really neat to be on. It was just a small part of it, but it was really neat to be around it, and everybody was great. I just it was a great
Mm.
experience, and in that experience actually, because nobody was allowed to say anything about the shooting. It was quiet. We had to sign everything. You can't tell anybody about what's happening. Can't take pictures. All that stuff. I mean, nothing about the script. It was all hush hush. But because it took a long time to shoot, and then they edited it for a good 9 months or whatever, and did it all before it came out. I remember I got a call for the job Cliffhanger, which was the next year, the next spring, and I didn't even just the fact that I was on the film. I mean, they were really excited to have me on Cliffhanger. It was an easy job to get. Um, it just because I was doing that film, it led to another very amazing that I did. So it kind of started moving me forward pretty well.
So Sabaton Returns is very much a sort of key experience for you, also career-wise, because it's obviously led
Oh yeah,
to other
oh
films.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Very much so. Very much so. Yeah,
Hmm.
it was a very big deal. Because before that, I'd done you know Murphy Brown. I'd done some TV shows. I'd done some. Well, I hadn't even done The Hunter yet. Just some of the daytime TV stuff, soap operas. Just working my way in, and you kind of start doing some of the daytime TV, and then you get some of the prime time TV shows, and then the lower budgeted films. But to start getting into the union and then getting the bigger budget, I'd done a film called Stone Cold, which was a kind of a cult biker film that I think I did that before Batman Returns. I did 89, something like that. And that was, well, not incredibly well received at the theater, but it's become this like huge cult classic. But again, that was filming exteriors down in Mississippi and Arkansas in summer, brutal, tough, difficult shoot. And I had a bigger role, but this was the first time I'd really seen a Hollywood big budget film in action. I mean, it was the first time I was involved with anything like that, and it was pretty amazing.
I know when they made the first Batman film, um, I think it was a bit of pluses and minuses, really. I think with Tim Burton being in the UK, filming the first one,
Yeah.
was quite far away from Hollywood, so he could kind of do his own thing. And I think with this one, he was, in order to get him to do it, they said, well, just make a Tim Burton film, do what you want with it.
Yeah.
Did you get the sense that he had freedom and he was enjoying the process of it?
Oh, he's a very quiet guy. He's very cerebral, so he doesn't talk to people a lot. But he's a genius. I mean, he knows what he wants. I remember, I think Edward Scissorhands, did that come out after or before Batman Returns? I can't remember. I
Ooh.
remember seeing that. I just go, "What is this? Whoa! I've never." He's got this incredible imagination, he's very talented. I mean, I, I but the rapport and dealing with him as an actor, you just kind of do your thing, and he tells you what he wants, and he says, "Okay, I like it or I don't do it this way," or all that. But he's very quiet. He's very quiet. But you can see his mind working. He's got a lot of, well, he created the entire thing. It's entire world, and changed it. It became well, uh, uh, I wouldn't say it was, well, I wouldn't say it was well, Batman's got some darkness to it. It had some darkness, but they brought the humor out too. I can't remember who did the first Batman movie.
For the first Batman film, what was yeah, Tim Burton did the 1989 version. There was, of course, the Adam West movie in the
Oh yeah, 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 yeah,
60s. But being quite a gap between Batman hadn't been on
yeah.
live action since the Adam West series
Oh yeah,
finished.
yeah. It was just, yeah, totally,
Mm.
totally, yeah.
And interesting, I was speaking to Daniel Waters, who wrote Batman Returns,
Yes.
and because the plot of the film stems around the Penguin running for mayor. And if you remember
Yes.
the Adam West TV series, there was that actually happens in the show. Uh,
Oh yeah.
yeah, but
Yeah.
Daniel did not know that when he wrote the film. It was only later that
Oh,
people said, which I thought
okay.
was quite interesting.
I had seen all the TV episodes. The Joker, who was the guy who played him.
Or
All the
Steve
different.
Romero.
Yeah, yeah. And it was very campy and very, but I mean, this was, well, I just it was really neat to see, you know, the performances of. I mean, I think it was just a great. I think it holds up. I'm trying to compare. I've had other people say, okay, which is the Batman, which is the best Batman, and it's hard for me to judge. I do like Christian Bale in some of the recent Batmans too. I think he's great. He's very dark, and all that. But I think found a great line between humor and the serious, and with all the other stuff going on with Michelle Pfeiffer and Danny DeVito was just, you know, it was pretty funny.
It looks like Danny was having the time of his life playing
Well,
the.
but being in that kind of costume where you're wrapped up from toe to head. I mean, I don't even know. They had a little thing for him to go to the bathroom at lunch, but I don't think he ate much. It was hard for him. I mean, if you think, if you make up 4 hours and it takes maybe 2 or 3 hours to get out of it, that's 7 hours. And then your workday, and even in the studio, although they did have it air conditioned, they had it cold. The stuff in the sewer was all very chilled for the penguins.
Oh, yes, of course, yeah.
3 degrees or something like that. And but being in that suit was a very. I spoke to him briefly about it on his Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Worked with him again later on that show, and yeah, it was pretty miserable having to work in that suit every day and put it on, take it off, put it on, take it off. But that's kind of goes. That's what he was paid for.
Hmm.
But we've all had times.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think he's always expressed interest in doing it again for in some sort of
Hmm.
alternate flashback or timeline. So, of course, it didn't traumatize him. The process of it.
Oh yeah,
How did you find Michelle Pfeiffer?
ah, absolutely wonderful. I didn't get to work in any scenes directly with her, um, but I remember I was going to wardrobe the first day, and I just, there's Michelle Pfeiffer, and I'm trying not to be all goofy, meeting these people who are stars, but she was just so nice and sweet. Oh, and welcome to the show, and she was just great, and I think she did a fantastic movie.
I'm losing
Uh, I'm talking
your
low.
audio.
I'll speak up.
Oh, that's yeah.
Is that a little better? And I'll
Oh,
come
perfect. Yeah, that's no.
Yeah,
That's
Michelle
great.
Pfeiffer is just a sweet person, just a pro. Like I said, I didn't have any scenes with her directly, but I did meet her in the wardrobe and around set, when we're walking around and going to our trailers and stuff like that. Just a very, very nice person. Very nice. I love Christopher Walken too, but he kept himself a lot. He was very quiet, so I didn't intrude on his space. Although we did have that scene where I think I bumped him out of the way to steal the baby,
Mhm.
up on there. And then before my line, I'm not really one for speeches, so I'll just say thanks. But but it was really neat because I had seen Deer Hunter when I was younger, and so it was really neat working with him.
Oh yeah, he's a wonderful actor, isn't he, Christopher Walken? And
Oh,
yeah, with the baby stealing scene with all the backflips and everything, was that quite complex? You've got to go downstairs and
oh,
everything.
I didn't do that.
Oh, you
Yeah,
didn't
they
do that
they
particular bit.
hired
Okay.
a championship gymnast who
Ah,
was amazing,
yeah.
who did it twice, but he didn't need to. They just did it for the heck of it a second time. Did
Ah,
it in that first take.
yeah.
Basically, I kind of took the baby. I did the baby taking part.
Right.
And obviously, they did a cutaway because they're not going to do a flip down the stairs and into the manhole with a real baby in his arms.
Yeah, I was going to say.
So they did a cutaway, and he
Mhm.
just went down there and he did this flip and onto the stairs and hit the stair perfectly and did the thing and into the hole. And everybody was going, "Oh, you got to be kidding me." Yeah, a lot of people thought that was me, and I do my own stunts for all the action films and bad guy roles I played for all the years, but something that difficult, no, I'm not a gymnast.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't do that. And I wish I could remember his name. It's on the credits. I hope they've got him down there. He's probably just down as stunts, but it might not list, who actually did that. He was very talented. I mean, he was a national champion gymnast, who was working as a stuntman.
Yeah. So one of the reasons why they wanted you for the role was that you would had a certain athleticism that obviously he had. So of course you got to sort of, sort of
Yeah, no, for me,
match.
it was just literally the line reading. It was just literally the line reading, and then they got a stuntman to who for me. Tim Burton wanted it done a certain way, and I had just kind of the way I did it in the film is exactly the way I read it to him in the audition. It was just one line. You go in and and I just did it the way I did it, and he goes, "That's what I was looking
Yeah.
for." Literally the line reading.
Mm.
It wasn't because of my physical. I They knew I wasn't going to do that. Although taking the baby and swinging, well, that's not a big deal.
Mm. Uh,
To be very careful because the mother was right there.
oh,
I
yeah.
took the real baby and had to knock Christopher Walken with my shoulder and then come up and then move off. I'm not used to holding, I wasn't when at that age, I wasn't used to holding infants,
Mm.
so I was, but it went okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, can I understand why you'd be nervous to do something, something like that.
Yeah. I was nervous holding the baby. I hadn't had experience at that time holding infants,
Mm.
a delicate little thing,
Yeah.
and then moving with it.
Mm. It was Michael Murphy who plays the mayor. Did he leave any lasting impressions?
Oh, he was one of the group that all the guys that you see, all the background guys who had lines here and there, and were in different scenes and all that. We all just kind of hung together, and we were all in our makeup and our different outfits and all that. It's going back a long time to remember any specific things that happened. I just remember we got along great. Everybody, we were doing a lot of sitting around waiting for them to use us. So we had a lot of time to talk and converse. Nice guy, great. He I think we were all just very happy to be on there, and we were paid to wait a lot for our scenes because it took all the machinations of what they were doing on the sets and all the stunts and all the things they had to set up. Everything had to be perfect. They went over budget. They took longer to film, and that meant we waited around on salary, which works for me. And so I was happy for that. I mean, it's nice to be working.
Oh yeah, yeah. I talked to some of the actors who played the Joker's goons in the first film, and their experiences mirrors your own. A lot of it was kind of waiting around to see if they were going to use you, and not today, and then they sort of come back, and it was a very protracted kind of.
Right. And there was a camaraderie. The second unit director, who was the one who produced that film I did before with David Hasselhoff, his name was Max Clevin.
Mhm.
And this was a guy who did westerns all the way back, and then Eiger Sanction with Clint Eastwood, mountain climbing stuff. And he had, oh, I mean, he as a second unit director, he had knew every stuntman in the business, and he gave them work on all these films that he worked on through the years, all these action big budget films. And so he was the one. So all the guys, I mean, I got to meet so many of the stuntmen that I ended up working with over the years on many other projects through the years, and even some of them I had worked on that Stone Cold movie, that biker movie, Henry Kingi, just an incredible, just a legend of a stuntman, and he was on that too, and it was just amazing seeing these guys do all these stunts, and they were around a lot because a lot of those scenes, a lot of the motorcycle driving and riding and explosions and people flying through the air 100 to 100 feet, it's just pretty wild. So it was a great group of people, and Max Clevin was really, we owed him a lot. I mean, that's what the one who brought me on. He brought everybody else on, and he took care of his people, and they were very talented.
What was it? Was there anything that you shot that you didn't? What was it in the final film that you can recall? Anything that was kind of
No,
cut out?
no, I just had a couple scenes. I mean, really, it really wasn't much, and I was always embarrassed to say to people to watch the film because I said, you blink and you'll miss me. But again, being in a film like that, no matter how big the role, at that time, I knew people that were name actors at the time that were trying to get in for a bit role. I mean, they just wanted to be a part of it. So I wasn't proud that I just had a little teeny thing. It was a great experience, and a great film to be a part of, and something that kids will continue to watch. I mean, I still get residuals from that, not a lot, but more than my other residuals because it's every new generation of children ends up watching that. So it's neat to be a part of something.
So apart from the baby sequence, did I also spot you when they are kidnapping the children? I think I might have seen you in that.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah,
is that the
yeah.
other
And I
one?
reached into a cage or something and took some other kid.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know?
Those are two bits that I could see you
Yeah,
in.
and that's it. And then
Is that it?
nothing was. I didn't do anything that was cut out. He just Tim Burton kind of had everybody there, and then every scene, I thought I might have been in some of the other scenes, but he wanted, maybe the overweight guy and the guy taller and different. He was creating it like a painting, so he used people as he wanted, whether it was in the script or not in any particular or scenes. He used us to fill, you know, almost like extras, but we weren't extras, but we were part of it.
Mm.
So I mean that I remember the big scene where the towns, the whole city is attacked and all that. You had a lot of extras at that time, or background actors, or what you call, but but there were huge amount of stunt people. There was just so much going on. A great amount of them were stunt people. There was so much action going on. It was it's just different than making some of these films. If you look at the more recent Batmans, I mean, these were all people that were hired there. They were there, everything. These were real explosions. It just, there was no computer graphics. That's what kind of makes it neat.
Yeah, they were setting people on fire and all sorts of things
Oh
in
yeah. Oh
sequence.
yeah.
To understand why it might have taken a long time. Um, rumor has it that when they did the child abduction scene, in the final film, you just see the shadow of Batman. He pulls the driver out. But I believe that there was original intention to have more of an action sequence. He was basically Batman dispatching the clowns. Do you recall anything like that?
I was not involved with those creative decisions at
Uh,
all.
yeah,
Don't know much
yeah,
about it. Any
yeah.
changes might have happened. That's more script stuff, and then that's more between the writers and Burton and there are always when a film's running over in budget and they were running long. Sometimes decisions have to be made.
Mm.
I didn't know anything about it. I wasn't. Uh, my role wasn't large enough to be involved with those decisions.
Oh, yeah. So it sounds like it was cut out way back because obviously if they had just booked you for it and suddenly they said we're not doing it, then you probably would remember if they
Oh
kind
yeah,
of
yeah,
did
yeah.
that.
Yeah,
But
well, that's what I'm saying. Our characters, we were just hired the first day we started shooting in this area, and those two sets for the town and the sewers. Um, we were just kept there for as long as they were shooting on those days. We
mm,
didn't one day and not another. We were there every day because we didn't know. Tim Burton didn't know which
mm,
days he was going to use us.
yeah. Did you encounter Michael Keaton at all?
Not a lot. I didn't. I just saying hi, walking around the set, But he'd be when he was coming from his trailer, he'd be in his outfit, and it's. I didn't have any scenes with him, so it was. When you don't have scenes with someone, you're in a film, and they're around, and you see them, and you say hello a couple times, but you don't get a chance to know them because they're working on dialogue, they're working on they're focused on what they're doing, and you're not working directly with them, so there's no back and forth.
Mm,
As opposed to other films that I've done, you get to know everybody very well, and you're sitting around, you talk, you get to know people. But this was it was a difficult film. It was isolating, for these actors. Michelle Pfeiffer, she had her trailer, she had her outfits, her wardrobe. They all had in we were kind of we were speaking roles, but in a way, kind of glorified extras.
right.
I mean, but yeah, it was not like Cliffhanger, where I had a supporting lead and I was one of the bad guys, and you just get to know everybody, and you're part of everything that's going on.
Mm,
Where in Batman Returns, it was just a small little thing.
yeah. As you mentioned, a lot of the stunt work. We should mention the stunt coordinator. It was Charles Crothwell. It was a stunt. Again, you probably might not have had too much to do with him, but
Not too much, but I did work on him some things afterwards because he worked directly with Max Levin, and kind of they were both coordinators, but Max was kind of higher up, and he was overseeing a lot of stuff.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I think I did a Western. I can't remember what the name of it was, but I worked with that other gentleman you just mentioned,
Mhm.
and yeah.
Do you have any other memories you haven't already shared? Any with, say, your fellow clowns or anyone else that sticks in
Yeah,
your mind?
it's just, gosh, my memory from 30, what is it now? 33 years ago.
Yeah.
I just, for me, and I may have expressed this already, um, it was amazing to be finally working, even in a small capacity, on a very large budgeted A-grade film, and seeing all that went into that in the sound stages. That, I mean, we're talking about a football field's 100 yards long. These warehouses are 200 yards long, 100 yards wide, and they go up 6, 7 stories because they need to be able to drop stuff down from the ceiling and all that. And they're built up not just flat, but they're built up all the way up. And so I mean, I've never seen anything like it. Where you literally are inside a world that's the work that went into that, or creating those sewer stuff with the inside a studio, where I've never seen anything like that, where you got something. I mean, it's like, well, they built real cities,
Mm.
the facades of them, and it was pretty amazing. I mean, I have one. I just, because I got to know the Penguin Wrangler, they called him, the guy who had the small penguins and the emperor ones, or the larger ones. I think they were the emperor ones, and and they were in there, and we were around in the sewer a lot, so I would sneak over, and I wanted to pet them. I wouldn't, and we were told, stay away from the pet, because apparently they can bite and whatever. But I got to know the wrangler, and he said, come on, so every day I was in that in that warehouse with the sewer stuff. Oh man, the penguin, I would start petting especially the big ones, and they're rough. They're it's like thick leather. Their skin. That's how they can deal with that cold. But they were so friendly, so loving. It was like it was a little fence there, but I would come up and lean over the fence, and he would start nudging against me and start putting his head against me, and I'd just be petting his head. And oh man, it was, where were you going to get a chance to go play with penguins? And the little ones are great. The big ones, they were just friendly. They were well. He had them well trained. I mean, they knew he had commands, and when they'd open the gate, they'd go running forward, and he was, so that to me, I love animals. I love animals, and I never had a chance. I wanted a penguin so bad, but yeah. So that's a memory that I really enjoyed, and I couldn't take pictures with them, right? Because they didn't allow the cameras, but I loved those penguins.
Oh, that's lovely, mummy. Because they do have to wear costumes, and they've got rocket packs in the
Oh
back,
yeah,
so
yeah,
they're well
yeah.
trained and everything.
Yeah, and they sent me one time, and they said, you're not allowed. Tim Burton said you stay away from and I didn't listen. The Wrangler snuck me over, and every day I was there, I got some time with him, and that was that was neat. That
Mm.
was neat.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's fantastic. So going from a very sort of controlled studio environment to working on Cliffhanger, where you're in the elements, was that quite memorable because
Oh,
of the
oh,
challenge?
oh, well, no, yeah, that was probably, I mean, that was, I saw Lithgow about 15 years after the film, when he was doing his TV series, and I was on the lot, and I was doing another show, and we saw each other, and the first thing we said is, was that the most amazing shoot that you've ever been on? Uh, and we both to this day, um, I mean, it was in the Italian Alps, the Dolomites. We were up at a different mountaintop at 13,000 feet, sometimes choppering into the mountaintops because you couldn't get up there from the ski resorts, or going up to the top of the ski resorts and then climbing up from there, hanging off cliffs, being trained by each actor was assigned to one of the best mountain climbers in the world. People who've been to Everest, Everest 2, 3 times, train us to how to be safe when we're hanging off the mountain on the ropes and they're shooting. Now, a lot of the close-ups were shot in the studio in Rome, but when we were that 2.5 months in the Alps, we were in, it was the real deal. And they took us up there, and I was usually furthest away from camera. So I used to have to rappel down, and it's a 5,000 foot drop straight down, sheer cliff. And I'm going, farther away from camera and then hanging there on the rope. And then we're climbing towards camera as the ones closer to camera might be saying dialogue. And then we do it over and over and over again. But was like, it was majestic. It was the scenery. It was hard though. It was difficult. It was cold, long days. We had a storm come in once, and the crew and the stunt guys got stuck on a mountaintop and had to make it through a lightning storm over, and somebody almost got hit. But it was very rugged. But I mean, you'd have to spend $500,000 to go have that experience up in the mountains. People who go climb and all that, and it was amazing. Yeah, so that was on the other end of it, going to an amazingly gorgeous place. And I remember Sly, when I first was hired, he just looked at me after I met him in the interview. He just said, "You're gonna love where we're going," and we did. It was incredible. It was amazing. But so no, yeah, that was the other really good one. I mean, I've done a lot of stuff, but those two were very special.
Hmm. So
Very,
was Benny Harlan a good director to have to see a
yeah,
good fit
yeah.
for that
He was
film?
fairly young, and doing the big. I think he did the Die Hard. Was it
Die Hard 2.
Die
Yeah.
Hard 2? And so he knew how to do the action films, and he was just a good guy, easy to work with, and it was just putting the huge thing together. I mean, it was just the logistics of that was difficult because of the conditions, the mountains, the weather. Sometimes they coppered cranes up to the mountaintops and would have a big arm coming down and shoot us on a ledge, with a hammer hanging from the top, and then we're climbing on the wall, or they threw 20,000 pounds of snow over us. Not We did it in the studio, but we actually did it out there in the mountain. They just pulled I don't know how they did it. We got in this little crevice, and they did a wide shot, and they through all that snow, and all that snow was, I mean, it's just amazing things. The logistics was really amazing. So difficult, and again, everything was done real. I mean, no computer graphics. It was real. So it was all of us bonded a lot. See, that's a film where we all looked out for each other. There was safety factors that we had to be careful about. And so that cast really bonded. All the actors, especially the ones that went into the mountains together and worked together side by side in the difficult conditions, and beautiful at the same time. It could be the most difficult, uh, um, cold wind, feet freezing, but at the same time, you're going, oh my God, look at that. Everybody, like you're in heaven looking down on the clouds. I mean, it's just, and it was just majestic, some of those mountaintops where you're looking for 20 miles in every direction, and you're just seeing all the mountaintops, snow capped below you, and just stunning.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah. Sounds like quite something.
a
I'm
different
interested
kind
to
of
see.
experience. Yeah,
Yeah.
different kind of experience.
Mm.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see what Cliffhanger 2 is going to be like, because of course you've got the technology now to
Yeah.
won't look as good because of that. I don't know how. I don't know
Yeah.
too much about the
Well,
film, but uh,
and they could change. I mean, I don't know who they've got acting in it. I read something about, but I can't remember it.
it
But
was Lily James. Lily James is playing, so
oh,
a bit of a gender reversal, which again might make it help to make it fresh.
yeah.
And
Well, and there's just all kinds of stories that go around. I'm sure they'll capture. It's kind of like what the Bourne Identity. They had a '70s version of it with Richard Chamberlain years ago, and then
I remember that. Yes,
years
I've seen that.
later, and I saw that, and then it was just totally different when I saw the one with um, uh,
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon. Yeah, yeah. So, and I loved it. So just yeah, reboots. They want to see sequels. They want to see the newer, younger actors doing it.
Mm.
But yeah,
You, you mentioned that you worked on a film with David Hasselhoff, but you also did an episode of Baywatch. Was that a fun
yeah, I
show?
did two or three. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, when I had kind of fit myself into a bad guy slot in the late
Yeah.
'80s and early '90s. I was a little I go for the leading man and shave, but then you don't work for a long period of time, maybe trying to get that one role that makes you a star. Do I go for that or do I just work? And because I was tall, I couldn't get cast on all these shows that were, TV episodics that were running, and other than people like Fred Dreyer, there were some tall people in the business, and he was tall, he's like 6'6", but I couldn't get any running sidekick roles, recurring or series regular roles because I was 6'4". So I had to say, okay, what do I need to do to work more? And I said, I'm tall, I'm strong, whatever, big. I grew the hair out long, or put the goatee beard on, or the beard growth, and I played bad guys. And so you just run from film to film and episodic to episodic, and that's the way it worked. You do a hunter, you do a Walker Texas Ranger, you do a renegade, you do a Baywatch, you do all the shows. You're doing a 1 or 2 part episode in this show, and then films come along, and you do this film and you do that, and the casting directors get to know you in a certain way, so it's hard to change. When I first started in the business, I figured, in theater, um, you do a drama, something emotional, and then you do a second monologue where it's a high level comedy. You're a different person, you're a completely different character. And then you figure in theater, they figure, well, he can play anything, and I could. And in theater, you can change your look. You play a 90-year-old man, you can do anything. But in TV, cast directors, there's so many actors, they don't like to use their a lot. Most of them, some of them understand this, but most of them, you don't want to leave it to their imagination. You can't go in looking like a nice, attractive guy, and if they want a mean looking bad guy and you show them a picture of, this is me, 6 months ago or 3 months ago playing this role, but they want to see it in front
Mm.
of them, to make them secure to hire you. Or you have you look like long hair, goatee, beard, and you look like a bad guy, and then you go read for a nice guy role, or something where you're just a regular guy, and here's the picture the way I look at as a regular guy, but they don't, it doesn't. So you kind of had to, and I was always a chameleon. I'd always have 8 to 10 different pictures with different characters, and I always had to, be able to walk into the audition looking that way. But once you get working in one type of role, for my agent would send me out to different things. I'd play gay queens and things, and each casting director would. But there was a point there where people started to get to know me as bad guy, mostly, and then eventually I was able to turn that around and do other things. But that got me the most work. So I just bounced around and did a lot of different things, films and TV shows, and different kinds of bad guy and accents. I'd dye my hair and I'd play Ukrainians, or there's different kinds of bad guy roles, different ethnic bad guy roles, and countries, and you change your appearance up for those. but that's kind of what happened to me, just because I started a little late. And maybe if I'd started 10 or 12 years earlier, and I would, get a chance to maybe read for a series, have my own series, or read for, you know, maybe a lead role in a series, that kind of thing. But I started late, so I had to kind of fit into the slots
Hmm.
and kind of become a character actor.
I suppose when a studio is making 26 episodes of so and so, they've got to cast things pretty quickly, and
Oh
I
yeah,
suppose people might get a bit sort of um t typecast is because that they know you're reliable as
yeah,
this or that, and they
yeah,
make it quick. They know you're going to do a good job,
yeah,
so it's sort of
yeah.
ease of reference, isn't it?
And there were casting directors that understood the process, that you know some actors can be very versatile, other actors maybe not so much. But there were some really good casting directors that once I showed them things that I did that were different from what they cast me for, they were going, "Oh, okay, I get it." And that was part of my job, is to make that known to them too, because that's what you do, is to try to get as much work as you can and play different roles.
Mm. I mean, you mentioned that you played people of various different nationalities in your career. I know in the UK it's very much that there's sort of pressure that you have to play. If you can't play a straight role if you're gay, or vice versa, or you can't. Do you think that acting is becoming a bit more difficult
Um,
in that kind of
I don't
world?
know if the thing, I know there are straight people that have played gay roles, and there's gay people that have played straight roles. I don't know if that's a thing. I know the ethnic kind of thing is now the way it is in the business with, like I mentioned, I played a South American, kind of generic South American one, and I played a very specific Colombian bad guy. Now they dyed my hair black, and a lot of people from South America, they have blue eyes, just like I have. It's just like Italians. You have Northern Italians, you have Southern Italians, you have mixes, you have lighter hair, you have darker hair, you have lighter skin, darker skin. We're all kind of mixes and all the different. But a lot of people years ago in the 50s or 60s used to think if you were Russian or German, you just had to have that blonde hair and the blue eyes. Well, not all Germans have that. So, but we do stereotype in this country a lot. But it's not a problem playing Germans and Russians and Ukrainians and Irish and all that. But now there is a thing, if you're not Latin. I guess Al Pacino got away with it with Scarface, but that was still 80s. But then he did a thing after that, maybe 15 years later. What was the name of it? Carlito's Way. But
Yes.
he's Italian. But see, to me, there's no difference between Italian and South American. It's the same. They're from Latin. They're Latin. They're from the same language. The Italians and the South Americans, they're very similar. And but he was the name who was able to do that. But in terms of regular casting, if you go in and you try to play somebody now that's Latin and you're not Latin, they don't they don't do that now anymore. It goes back to the old Othello, with being a black character. Uh, you know, uh, Laurence Olivier playing Othello years ago, and but I just think an actor's an actor. But I get it. They You have different. I mean, you're not gonna if you're not. I remember John Wayne, who played an Asian, played a. Uh, I can't remember what it was. It was a movie years ago, and he with a Fu Manchu, and he did some sort of Asian accent. That was not good. But
Who's this? Like John
John Wayne,
or John Wayne? Yes.
a
Yeah.
long time ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, but I know that each group, wants to get their people working, and so I get it. So, but we don't want to completely lose the ability to. I mean, I played a very uh, uh, let's see, the two gay characters I played. One was comic. It was a very queen, and it was for a show called Divorce Court. It was daytime show, and I played it very effeminate, and I was very, and I wasn't making fun of it. I know people like that. My cousin's gay, I mean, and there's some people who are very effeminate, and I did it like restoration comedy, where I did like Man of Mode, where the men have the plumes and the heels and they're prancing around, and I did that so on stage. So for me, it was very easy. It was just more effeminate, and you just change your voice a little bit, and you become a little more sensitive, and it's just you're not. But the one I played that was serious, he was what do you call it when you got a bunch of prostitutes working for you and you're um,
Oh,
he's
so a pimp role?
pimp, yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
He was a gay pimp, and it was a serious role, and that was even harder to do. But it just you find a femininity, but he was also tough at the same time. He was somebody that couldn't be pushed around. So it's yeah. So, but I don't know. I haven't heard about. Well, I imagine maybe there's some shows now, but it's not like. Well, I know that thing came out with the people that are the dwarves or the little people with the Disney stuff,
yeah,
and they were using like full grown actors to play the dwarves because they could use the CGI. And
yeah,
then the actors that were that side, they say, hey, we don't get a lot of chance to play roles. Why didn't you use us?
yeah, yeah,
So it's but I think in general, honestly, I just think I get it, lobbying for your group, you know. But I think maybe we could be going a little overboard,
mm,
just because my personal feeling is everybody's just too damn sensitive. I mean, we're just actors here, and people are just trying to find jobs, and the whole goal of being an actor is to try to stretch, not unless somebody wants to be just become a star and make a fortune, which is maybe the goal of other people, but the actors who are serious, who want to stretch themselves and want to find different parts of what's inside them and bring it out, and that's what acting's all about. You know,
mm. I think
I
it. I was going to say that in the UK it has been. There was a few years ago they were doing a production of Richard III at the Globe, and it was going to be a woman playing Richard III, and that strangely wasn't what was the controversy. It was the fact that she didn't have scoliosis,
mm-hmm.
and people were saying, well, it should be a disabled actor playing
Oh yeah,
Richard III. And I understand, I'm sure, different people, different abilities, absolutely.
no.
But I would have thought that actors that don't have a
No.
disability should still
Well,
be able to play disabled roles.
that's how you win Academy Awards, is not having a disability, playing somebody with a disability. I had a friend, I was a
Yeah,
caregiver, and he
yeah,
9 months he was quadriplegic cerebral palsy,
yeah,
and he was a amazingly inspiring character. And I'd written a script. I wasn't able to do it myself. I wanted to produce it in my mid 40s, but I got busy with family things that got in the way. But
mm,
he was all wrapped up and locked up, and he could only move about that far. And there was the way he talked, and had him down to a T. And his life was so inspiring, and he would have been proud for me to play. You know, I was involved. And told him I was writing a film about him, a script, and he was all for it. He, but it's, but yeah, no, that's I think people are too, let actors be actors and stretch. But
oh yeah, I think everyone should be able to play all roles. And I don't know if you've seen a show called Doctor Who. It's quite popular, and it's a science fiction show. And
okay,
there's a character that has always been in a wheelchair. He's a villain,
yeah,
and the current showrunner has said that I don't feel comfortable having a villain that's disabled. And and the people went online and said, and there was one fan who was in a wheelchair, and he said, please keep the character because when I go to
yeah,
convention, I can cosplay him.
Yeah.
So it's
Well,
kind of weird, isn't it, really? But
yeah.
uh,
Well, yeah.
mm,
It's getting to the point where people are starting to legislate thought now.
yeah.
It's just gone too far. Can I take a break? You gonna edit this? Do any editing in
Oh
between?
yeah,
'Cause
yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course,
I
yeah,
have
yeah.
to
Please
take.
do.
I have to take a bathroom break. I'll be
Oh
right.
yeah, yeah. No
Okay.
problem. No.
Okay. Oh, I'm older, so I can't go as long without going to the bathroom. I needed that. I was dying there.
Oh yeah, yeah. And you got to go. You got to go.
But
I,
I'm glad we finally got connected. We were playing email tag to try to set this up for a while, and I just wanted to say it's really good to meet you. I You seem like an expert on all this the Batman stuff,
I,
but I think you do other stuff too. I mean, you're this is what you do, which is neat. You know,
yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I've always been a big Batman fan, and Batman Returns is actually my favorite Batman film. So it's
it is
something.
mine too, not just because I'm in it. I just think it has a nice mix of serious and comic, and it's very entertaining.
Mm.
But just a pleasure to be with you, and I'm glad we got a chance to do this. But
Oh,
yeah, if you have any more questions,
no, that's very kind of you. Yeah, thank you for your patience. I know we've been
in fact, I
extremely
wanted to
flexible.
say
So
that in the beginning when we
yeah,
started, because I
yeah.
wanted to be a little more. I was worried more about the picture. I wasn't sure. I know we're recording, but it was usually I'm a little more peppy in the beginning, but I was more concerned about the right camera and the voice and the sound and all
The amount of anxiety I've had with picture and all sorts of stuff over the years, the worst experience I had. Well, it was funny. It was like one of my guests for some reason was turned that way,
that.
90 degrees for the whole thing. We couldn't fix it.
Oh,
The next day we worked it out, but not at the time. But the show
yeah,
went on and it was still, a fun chat.
that's
Um,
good. I'm probably the best looking guest you've ever had. I'm
oh, absolutely, absolutely.
guessing. Everybody says that.
I think you're the only person who's asked me that question.
Huh?
You're the only person who's
Uh,
actually asked me that question.
I shock a lot of people. Yes, my key is that you don't have to be good looking to think you're good looking and tell people all the time. That's my little running thing. But
Well, a lot
I
of
don't
sorry.
I don't really believe it,
Yeah.
or do I? I don't. Who knows?
Well, I
Uh,
think there's a lot to be said for self-image, isn't there? Especially perhaps whether it's acting or whether it's if you can sort of make yourself pass off as being confident, or you,
oh
you, you will
yeah,
people will
but
believe it, even though inside you're
yeah.
shaking.
Well, that's acting. You have to believe what you're doing, no matter what role you're playing, because when I play bad guys, that's not me. I
No,
like that, but in the training, you learn how to cut out certain parts of yourself and choose and create situations, that people that know me, how can you, how can you must have that somewhere inside of you? And say, well, everybody has something inside of them. It's whether you choose to let it out or not.
Mm.
Who I am in life, but if you create a situation where I used to have an acting teacher say, okay, you know, let's put somebody you love, like your mom or your younger brother or somebody in the room, and you can't get to them, and then you create that image and you spend some time and you really get in that moment, and now somebody is I would imagine them torturing, cutting their toes off one by one and doing something really horrible to them. And so then it would put me in a state of anger where I could literally, I mean, that justifies anything to me. Maybe I don't want to just kill them, but I want to, the person who did that to my loved one, I'm going to hurt them and I'm going to make, and the level at which you create this imagination or the image of what they do. You could be talking to a woman or somebody, you create that image in your mind, and we can justify anything if we create the right situation. And that then can turn me into, for the moment, choose not to be like that in life because that's not who I am.
Mm.
That's what the acting is exploring all the depths of what you got inside you, and 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 that's the hard part in training, is finding that honestly, and but I forget where the whole good looking thing to me. It's just I like to joke around. I like to and it's not, when I used to have the long hair and the goatee beard and all that stuff, and I do it to this day, but I did it years ago too, with people on sets. I'd say I just and ready to take a shot, and I'd go do my hair in front of the lens before, and I go, oh God, you're so, and I'm just to make people crack up. But I did it with my brothers when I grew up. I don't care. I'm okay. But I don't. I, see, I'm totally secure with how I look, but I'm not Brad Pitt or you know. But it doesn't matter. I like to make people laugh. So it always catches people off guard, and I enjoy goofing around. So that's what I do.
Would you say that the villains you played perhaps are the most fun because of the
Oh yeah.
liberating nature of it?
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Oh yeah. You can do all kinds of stuff that you just can't do, and yeah. Uh, I mean, this series I had, Bosch and Bosch Legacy, where I played the detective. That was closer to me, and that was a great series to be on and a great role to play, and we had a lot of fun doing that. But that was closer to me than anything I've done in real life. I mean, honestly, I was just in myself, and had to tone me down and not be too goofy, good, honest, and in life I can really take it goofy, trying to be funny, and when you act and you do something funny, you actually don't want to try to be funny. You don't want to try to make people laugh. You just have the moment and do the scene with the other person and do it honestly. But you could still be goofy, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's not like sitcom, where that's a whole other different type of level of acting where everything is,
Hmm.
which I've done. Yeah.
Just touching on Cliffhanger briefly, do you remember Michael Rooker?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Because of course he's worked with Sylvester Stallone on a
Oh yeah.
couple of films since
Great
then.
guy. And also went on to play. He was a good guy in that film.
Mm,
Went on to play a lot of really good bad guy characters.
mm,
On what's the one with the zombies on TV that he did for a season or two, and a lot of films. Oh, Mississippi Burning. He was great, bad guy in that one. White, kind of a what's the premise, kind of cop, or I can't remember if he was a cop or just one of the townspeople, but he's a very good actor, very good actor.
Hmm.
So is John Lithgow.
Well, I was just going to mention him
Oh,
that
and
you
he's
know,
another one of those guys that's just John Lithgow is probably the sweetest. I've met a lot of nice people in this business, but genuinely, I mean, the sweetest guy I've probably ever known in this business. I mean, almost like a Mr. Rogers sweetness to the way he is in real life. And he can change up and he can play some very dangerous bad guys, and psychos and serial killers and things like that. But it's because he's a great actor. He's just a wonderful person. I've been really fortunate to work with a lot of people, but John really stands out too, as just a wonderful guy and a sweet guy. Just the best.
yeah. He was sitting a couple of rows in front of me when I went to see a production at the Globe, and it
Oh,
was Jonathan Pryce as Shylock,
oh,
and John Lithgow was just laughing his head off, and he had this
oh yeah.
lovely laugh.
He's got a great laugh. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. And he's extremely educated too. He's like a professor in something I can't remember what.
Mm.
Highly educated. Well, yeah.
And you've got Janny Turner as
Oh,
Jessie.
he's
She was
just just so nice, so
mm.
nice. Oh, and I haven't talked to her in a while, but I do follow her on Facebook. Just she had that Northern Exposure series, and this role
I remember Northern Exposure. Yes, I remember my
it
mum
was
was a big fan of that show in the
just
90s.
just just wonderful. That was a group we all got pretty close, really on that outage. I remember for some really rugged days, and there was just one day, a lot of rugged days, but there was one day where, oh, I remember her coming back and she was just almost in tears. Uh, but it was action film in the snow, in the cold, freezing temperatures. It was tough work, but she gutted it out. She did a great job, and is just a sweet person, just a sweet person. Really nice woman.
Apart from the projects we've already mentioned, do you have a favorite role that you played, or and why?
Mm, God, that's too hard. That's too hard. They're mm. No, it's some of the things that maybe are some of my favorite roles are less seen things that aren't in the big budget films. There was a role I did for Bill Whitliff, who adapted Larry McMurtry's Lonesome Dove, and apparently this was the first series after they won the Emmy for that, and he wrote his own original series because he was a master at adapting, but he wrote this incredibly great series. It was called Ned Blessing, and they shot a 2-hour pilot and then shot 4 or 5 more episodes and then hoped it would get picked up by PBS. And I did the pilot, and I played a character called Leola, and really nasty bad guy, with Bill McKinney and God, what's the name of the guy who played the leader? Wes Studi was on that. It just it was right after Lonesome Dove, and we shot it out there in Waco, uh, not Waco, Oakmont Street, where they got all the music. Um, um, Willie Nelson's and Bill Whitliff had his own ranch out there, like 1,000 acres, and a lot of land to shoot on. Austin, and so it was a real bad guy character, uh, eldest son. Uh, but then he finds out his dad, who's a real nasty guy too, killed his mom. And then he does a turn. And at the end, I become almost like sweet and childlike as I die, and actually good. and it becomes very touching. And they if they pick the series up, they told me casting director Robert Ulrich and Bill Whitlock coming me, but the series lost out to the more neat and clean Dr. Quinn, medicine woman, and then Walker Texas Ranger, the more modern day thing. So they didn't pick the series up. But that was a role that I that I got some notoriety from some people in the business because of the transition of the characters. You know,
Yeah.
where the really long hair, I had the goatee with the point, doing my southern accent. You know, and I'm talking like this, Leola. You remember mom, and that kind of thing, and I'm talking to my brother. Papa killed her for it, and both of them threw him down the hole in the ground, and I'm gonna kill him dead as and then I end up dying. He ends up shooting me, and then I see my mom right before I die, talking to her, and so I was this nasty character in the beginning, and then I became touching, and the they auditioned New York, Texas, L.A., and I got in late in the audition. And Bill Whitlock is there with Robert Ulrich, and I just had it all memorized. I had it for like good long monologue, and they just perfect well. And I think that role. I mean, but I can't pick any one role because it's they every role. It just depends. There's just so many things. But that was one that I was real proud of. But not a lot of people saw it. But
Well,
yeah.
it's a shame it wasn't picked up, but of course you mentioned Texas Ranger and Dr. Quinn. I mean, those aren't too bad shows to kind of lose
Mm-hmm.
out to, are they? You know, so
No, it isn't. And I got a chance to work with Chuck Norris on one of a bad guy role in one of the episodes.
was Chuck Norris, interesting?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, he's the real deal.
Well, I
You
was going
know.
to say, I imagine he doesn't disappoint in real life.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, he's the real deal. Just a nice guy.
Mm.
Came, shook my hand, welcomed me to the set. I'd come from the middle of the Amazon shooting a film in the jungle. I hadn't slept for 70 hours, and I had three of my biggest scenes the first day. I'd lost my voice. Nice guy though. But when I say he's a real deal, his karate skills, he's the real deal. He was a national champion. Okay, I'm not going to compete anymore. I mean, he isn't like, and I suppose people like Jackie Chan and all that. You a lot of the people that go out there, and I worked with Jean Claude Van Damme, and he's got some great acrobatic kicking skills, and he can fight. I didn't work with him at all, thank God, but I heard some things about him, and that's great. But Chuck Norris is, I mean, a pro. He was just a super guy, super friendly. The whole group out there, the crew, everybody. It was just a great group of people, and he was very, 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 very nice, very, very good. And we had a fight scene, and I let him beat me up. I let him, you know. I took a good fall though. He gave me a good sweep with the foot, and I slammed into the backboard, and then he gave me another kick down to the ground. And I did say to him afterwards, I said, "You're lucky we're pretending, or I would have." I knew I wouldn't have. And he was like 65 or 68 at the time, doing these moves, these kicks. I'm just unbelievable, the guy, and in heels and boots. He was the real thing. He was the real thing.
Mm.
It's a pleasure to meet him and work with him. Nice guy.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. And finally, of course, we know Batman Returns is very highly regarded now. But
Mm-hmm.
were you aware when the film came out that it wasn't so well received and it's
Yeah,
taken?
yeah, and that was strange. I don't know why that was. I don't know why, because was the first film, was it, it had to be successful to have done the sequel for the Batman Returns. So, but I can't remember it offhand. Who played Batman in the first one?
Oh yeah, yeah, Michael Keaton. Michael Keaton came
He in
back.
the first one.
Yeah.
I just, you know, I was, I was working then. When that came out, I was so busy. I didn't get to watch hardly anything.
Oh, so you hadn't seen it in the didn't go to premiere
Oh,
or
well,
any local
yeah.
screenings or
No, I went to the premiere for. Oh, I missed it because I was shooting Cliffhanger on Batman Returns premiere, but
yeah.
I didn't see the original Batman. I don't remember it very well, and
Hmm.
only recently have I seen some of the other ones. I mean, I do like some of the Christian Bale ones. I mean, Christian Bale, I think is an actor, so very versatile, so
Hmm.
I like what he did. But
Hmm.
I think I just Michael Keaton. When I saw it at the screening that they had, I actually I didn't make the original screening because I was working on Cliffhanger when they had the premiere. So actually, that was the first time I sat and watched the movie with a live audience.
Ah, right.
30-year anniversary premiere they held in Hollywood, and they advertised it. The place was packed, and the stars weren't there. Michael Keaton and Danny DeVito and all that weren't there. But they had the writers there and costumers there and some stunt people there and actors there like me, and but the reaction of the audience, it was a hoot. It was absolutely wonderful to see it live in the big screen with an audience and that laughter that builds when you're in an audience of people that are really loving.
Hmm.
So that was fun.
Hmm.
I
And they
forget the
released it
question. I forget the question you asked me. I sidetrack sometimes.
oh yeah,
I
yeah. Well,
forget
I'll
how
come
to
back
say
to yeah.
that.
I mean, they also released it in the UK for the 30th anniversary as well, and so that was the first time I saw the film in the cinema, and yes, it plays very very well. All the
Yeah,
jokes still go, and it still
yeah.
connects with the audience.
And I know we have bigger TVs now and all that, and it's but you don't when you're in an audience that's packed and people are just really loving something. It's contagious. It's you can watch a film and alone in the little box. Well, now it's a bigger box, but you're just there, and but when you're in a thing, especially when there's comedy and
Yeah.
stuff, that the comedy just gets contagious, and people just
Mm.
the energy just rises, and people laugh more than when you're in a big audience than if you're just watching it by yourself.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And I think also Batman Returns is such a wonderful film sound-wise, from the music to the sound effects. You don't get that on the home screen. You kind of want that in the cinema, really.
Yes, 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 yes,
Uh,
yes.
but why the film didn't really connect originally was because Warner with it, Tim Burton was making a Tim Burton film.
Yeah.
It tends to be quite dark.
Mhm.
It was perceived, although there was more humor in this one, it was perceived as being
Yeah,
more darker, and which was fine. But
yeah.
nobody told McDonald's and the toy companies that they were making an adult film. So
Oh,
parents were taking their kids to the cinemas to see it, and the next day they were on chat
oh,
shows saying my 6-year-old was traumatized
oh, they
because
got scared.
they got
Yeah.
scared. So I think it was the fact that
Oh,
they weren't
I
really
got.
connecting with what was
Yeah,
being
so it's
made.
almost kind of like you don't want. Well, it's kind of like what Wizard of the Oz,
Oh, the Wizard of Oz.
Wizard of Oz did to
Yeah.
me. Oh, scared the living crap out of me. I was about
Ah.
6, 7 years old. I I had not my whole childhood. Every time it came on every year, I couldn't. I was scared of the Wicked Witch and oh yeah, yeah.
Mm.
No, I get it. Well, yeah, you gotta the marketing for it. They didn't warn people that if you're under 12, that it might be traumatic.
No, 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 no. I think I was speaking to Daniel about it, and he was saying that the rating system for American films was a bit different to the UK back then because it was a 15 rating over here, and
Uh-huh.
I think in the States you can take I think it was a 12A or something, and of course you can still take kids to what is in a way you wouldn't be able to do
Yeah.
in the UK because the ushers would say you can't have children, and I think in the States it was perhaps a bit more relaxed, and I think it kind of
Gotcha. And
yeah.
it brings to mind a situation. There were so many things that I did my nieces and nephew couldn't watch when they were young, even all the way up through teenagers. And I'll
Mm,
just never forget. I was actually out shooting cliffhanger. It was 1992, and my niece was about 3 years old. And she knew and loved Uncle Greg. I would visit Uncle Greg. I'm here. We were very close. So there were some things that I did, like a TV show where it wasn't too graphic, and I played a bad guy, and they would say, "Your Uncle Greg on TV." She's about 3, 4 years. I think she was born in 1989, so she was 3, and I get a call from my brother in the middle of the night in Italy, and he says, "Greg, you got to talk to Christy. She won't stop crying. She was watching this show, I can't remember what it was on TV, and you got killed, and she thinks you're dead."
mm,
And she really thought I was dead. And she was tears. And he said, "You got to talk to her. You got to let her know it was pretend that you're okay." And I talked to her, and she was crying and crying. And then "This is really you?" And I said, "Yeah, it's me, Chrissy. Like when you pretend to be a princess, and you go play games, and you pretend to do stuff, and you might pretend to shoot somebody, and somebody goes, 'Oh,' and falls down and pretends." I said, "That's what most of the stuff on TV is. It's all pretend." He said, "I'm an actor, so that I was just pretending. I'm okay. I'm not dead." But then from then on, then my brother was like, "Oh, we really got to be careful from here, and not just things with me, but other people. Kids are impressionable." Wizard of Oz scared the crap out of me. I don't know what age you saw it, but oh my God, with the people, the Wicked Witch, and then the soldiers,
mm.
and the monkeys flying. Oh my God, coming after you. I was so scared.
Yeah, if you think about it, yeah, I was 8 years old when I saw Batman Returns, and I don't think it traumatized me, apart from the occasional nightmare and twitches that still occur. Apart
Oh,
from
I
that,
never thought
you
of
know.
that. So you're younger than I am. So that movie did that to you. Oh my God.
I'm only joking, really, in that I think it was maybe it was because I saw it in the on the
Yeah.
small screen at home,
Uh-huh.
sort of on I just thought it was a really good Batman film. I don't think it.
Yeah.
I think witches and things like that are probably more scary
Oh
to a kid
yeah.
than
Oh yeah.
let's
Yeah.
say I didn't find the Batman or the Penguin it's scary, but I can understand why some kids might get nightmares and
Yeah. Yeah.
have a few sort of problems. But
Yeah, when we had cartoons, even as a little kid, you knew, oh, well, this isn't real. These are cartoons. These are cartoon characters. So when the coyote falls off the cliff and gets squished by the truck, he's not really dead.
yeah,
and but when you see real people and you start thinking this is real stuff, it's a whole different ballgame. That's very interesting. I didn't think about that.
and I think what Danny said was that it was because it subverted things for kids because it was set at Christmas, and you had somebody fall to their death landing on a Christmas tree. You had
Yeah.
people bursting out of presents. You
Yeah.
had snowy scenes with all these weird things happening. It was kind of like taking things that normally are comforting to children and then turning them on their head. I
Now
think.
you're speaking about Danny DeVito.
And sorry, Daniel
Oh.
Waters, the writer, said
Hmm.
that, and because he wanted to subvert it in his
Yeah.
script, and he said maybe that's one of the reasons why children found it scary was it was taking kind of
Oh,
something that was
yeah.
normally very comforting to them and kind of turning it
Yeah.
on its head a little bit. But
Yeah, because the series Batman, it was tongue in cheek. Anything that happened, they weren't really going to die, and all that. But yeah, no, it was more serious. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. Yep.
It's a wonderful film, and thank you, Greg, for talking to me about it. It's been a lovely
My
evening.
pleasure. My pleasure. My pleasure. I'm not sure when you're gonna. You've interviewed how many people for this now? For the Batman.
So I did Daniel on Monday.
Hmm.
So you're the second. Michael Yulson, who of course is the executive producer, he owns Batman,
Ah,
which is why he gets credit on all the
yeah,
films.
yeah.
He doesn't unfortunately have a creative control,
Right,
but
right.
he contractually involved, and also maybe another actor or two, but they're
Okay,
kind of 90% certain at the moment. So it should have four people
good.
for the final one.
And I'm the best looking one, then, right?
Oh,
So,
undoubtedly,
okay.
yeah. Apart from myself.
All right, I'm happy now. It's been a
Well,
pleasure. Wonderful. I'm
Andrew,
glad we finally got together. Our schedules, my schedule was busy, and then when I was open, your schedule was busy, and then it finally went. We finally did it. So,
well, it's been well worth the wait. It's been a lot of
and
fun.
don't be a stranger. And I had a great time.
Oh, and likewise. Okay.
Okay.
But, well, enjoy the rest of your week and take
You
care.
too. You too. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Ciao.
Ciao. Bye for now. Bye.
Bye.
Hello. Your mic's on mute. I'm just going to unmute you a second. You should have a request come up to unmute, so I can. Hello. Can you hear me now?
What's up? Yeah, I can hear you, Phil.
I've got you. How are you, sir?
I'm well, thanks.
Good. Lovely. Um, how's your day so far? Good.
Uneventful.
That's always a good day, isn't it? Yes. Well, thank you very much for wanting to speak to me for my Batman Returns project. It is extremely kind of you. Um,
Not a worry.
should I just get the ball rolling for some questions?
Yeah,
Perfect. Uh,
show.
well, first I wanted to know, Andrew, because originally were you into bodybuilding first? Because I know you did some wrestling. How did those
Yeah.
two come about?
Well, I was a bodybuilder, that always wanted to be a wrestler. My heroes were wrestlers. And yeah, I was a successful bodybuilder. And then I got into wrestling. And but I was already into acting before I got into wrestling. Well into acting, which is
So, so,
kind of backwards, but it was something I had to do.
so were you did you do acting at school, or how when you say you're interested in acting, how is it kind of presenting itself?
No, I just people would stare at me everywhere I went, and I figured, I better figure out how to monetize it. And somebody said, "Oh, you should go be a movie star," and I was like, "Oh yeah, right. I'll just go be a movie star." And I thought about it for a minute. It hit me, and I was like, "Yeah, why not?" So I went after it. The rest is history.
Because I suppose people recognize you had a certain look that would fit well, I guess. That was sort of there.
Certain look, certain charm, certain charisma, certain sense of humor. It's a lot more than a look.
Hmm. Oh yeah, yeah, it has to be the whole package, isn't it? Was it by chance that you kind of got into the game? Was it how did you when you first kind of sort of thrown into it all?
I was at the gym. Somebody said, "Hey, who wants to be in a movie?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, I'll be in a movie." And they're like, "All right, here's the address." I'm like, "What's this?" They're like, "That's the address." I'm like, "For what?" They're like, "Oh, you said you wanted to be in a movie." I'm like, "You serious?" I'm like, "Yeah, okay." So I showed up. I was an extra for 2 days. The second day, I figured out how to ask the director to what's called Taft Hartley me, which is makes you union eligible. I didn't know that he had to pay like $25,000 to do it.
Hmm.
But he agreed, and then I joined the union and started working.
And did you screen test for Joel Silver at one point? Am I correct?
Yeah, the first gig I got was Joe Silver produced Hudson Hawk with Bruce Willis. That was my first film, and yeah, I had to. I had many meetings. The last meeting I had to lock it up, I had just tragically been hit with a full bottle of beer and right across the mouth in a bar in Marina Del Rey where I lived, and my teeth were shattered, my lips were lacerated and swollen. I was quite the mess. And they were like, "Oh no, now we're gonna have to recast it. We had decided we were gonna go with you, and now we have to find some." I said, "No, I got this." And they're like, "What do you mean?" And I'm like, "Look, they're gonna bond these teeth. This one's gonna be on a plate. It's gonna come out." And I said, "You know that scene where he smashes me into head first into the phone booth, Bruce Willis?" And I said, what I'll do is when I come up for the big, laughy reveal, I'll just take the plate out and I'll be toothless. Like instead of the old black tooth gig, I was like, I'll literally be toothless for real. It'll be great." And they're just like shaking their heads. They're like, "I can't believe this guy." And I'm like, "Hey, that's what you get." So that's how we went. That's how we did it.
And so did you enjoy the wrestling and the bodybuilding? Was that something that you came naturally to you? Were you quite keen to kind of leave that?
I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have done it, as long as I did or at all if I wasn't enjoying it.
Hmm. Did you have any good matches when it came to wrestling that stick in your mind? Any moments
I
that
mean, I came up with Chris Masters and who else? Rob Van Dam trained me. Um, I'm forgetting, but yeah, some good people.
Hmm. And because I know some people think that some wrestling is a bit staged, but I take it was real as it gets. It was quite dangerous,
It's
etc.
stage brutality. I mean, it's a stage sacrifice of your body.
Hmm.
You know, it's a predetermined outcome to the moves, but you still have to execute the moves, which involve you getting slammed all over your head.
Yeah.
So it's
And I suppose you
it's
still got
it's
you still
not
got
it's not painless. It's not
no
free. It's not
no.
easy.
And I suppose you've got the situation where something could still go wrong, of course, like any kind of live sporting
If it
event.
goes right, it'll hurt.
Hmm. So what did your parents think about because of course you've got quite some very interesting career points, bodybuilder, wrestler, actor. What were your parents kind of were they kind of very supportive, or what do they sort of think about some of your career choices?
Um, I don't know. My mother always, I guess, felt that I needed something to fall back on, but you know, everything worked out all right. My father was proud of me.
So they would see your work, of course, like any parent would do, and they would sort of quite would they go to premieres and things of films that you did, or
No, they would low key check it out on their own at the local cinema that near where I grew up,
Mhm.
which I thought was cool too.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's lovely. You mentioned Hudson Hawk. Of course, you've already mentioned working with Bruce Willis, but I take it that Bruce was quite a good person to work with, a quite good actor.
Yeah, I agree with those sentiments. He was the best. He's a great guy, and he gave me a chance to apply my craft. If it wasn't for Bruce Willis, I don't know how if I would have got there or how I would have got there to be a different story. But I owe a lot to Bruce.
Oh, fantastic. You've also got James Coburn in the film. Did you spend much time with James Coburn?
Yeah, I love James Coburn. He was the best. It was quite the honor.
Yeah, he's a great actor, isn't he? Of course, you also got Annie McDowell and for the British side, Richard E. Grant is in that film as well. Um,
Yeah,
do
James
you?
Coburn taught me how to smoke Cuban cigars in
Oh,
Budapest when I was
yeah,
like 20 years old.
yeah.
So credit him with that.
Yeah. Do you have any other favorite memories of that film before we m move on a little bit?
It was, 7 months of my life. It was traveling around Europe, taking the Concorde,
Yeah.
stealing laughs from the biggest stars in the world. It was great.
So was that when you realized that this is what
Trial,
I'm gonna do?
trial, trial by fire,
Yeah. Yeah.
education on the day.
So this is probably when you realize that, yeah, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life, sort of thing. I'm guessing.
Yeah, I was aware, that you got to make it work. And if you do, hopefully somebody gives you a chance meritoriously to try and do it again for them. But if you suck and it's over. So I took it seriously.
Do you like watching yourself as an actor? Because I know some actors don't like to see their performances. What's your relationship with your screen persona?
I think it's a very important tool. I think that you have to, see how what you believe you're getting on film actually looks on film so that you can make sure it has the effect that it could have. You see little things that you learn how to change, things to, get the maximum impact, whatever you're after, whether it be funny as money or whatever is clever.
Mhm.
But yeah, you want to make sure that you hit the mark.
So how did Batman Returns come into your life?
I had done Hudson Hawk, and Danny Waters wrote both of those films, and he was a friend of mine, and set up a meeting. He wrote it for me, and set up a meeting with Tim Burton for me, and I met Christopher Walken in Tim Burton's office, and Tim says, "Well, what do you think, Chris?" Chris is like, "He's a big guy." I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, Tim said, "Do you think he could play your son?" And he goes, I guess." He's like, my father was a small man and he grew up in the Depression and they didn't have anything to eat. So they would bake the bread with half flour and half sawdust. And he's like, so my father had the rickets, so he didn't get tall. And I had flour, so I'm taller than my father. He's like, the way I see it, you had orange juice.
Uh,
And everybody laughed, and then the rest is history.
hmm. When we spoke but briefly yesterday, you were saying that you were on the film for quite a long time compared to your final sort of screen time. So what was your understanding of why you were kind of around for so long in terms of it was kind of developing organically, wasn't it? The film kind of as they went along.
I mean, films are written, uh, you know, three times. First, they're written, and then they're written again in the editing room, and then they're written again they're written, and then they're written again on the set, then they're written again in the editing room. So, there's a lot of people trying to, cut the fat out and just, you know, pare it all down to the meat and potatoes.
Because am I correct in saying you were on the film for about quite a few months on
Yeah.
Batman? Yeah.
Well, Batman Returns, it was another one of those, almost 6, 7 months worth of work.
So
Uh,
is it quite frustrating? Because I imagine a lot of the time you're kind of sitting around or waiting for calls, and how do you
no, it's
find?
great.
Yeah.
It's great. It was cold. We had to film on a refrigerated soundstage at Warner Brothers. It was constantly cold, so you could see your own breath, and it was a great experience, though. I wouldn't trade it for the world.
What were some of the abandoned plot points for Chip? Was
I
there?
mean, put it this way: sitting around on those sets was inspirational,
Yeah. Well, it's a spot. It,
creatively
yeah,
inspirational.
yeah.
So it leads to better work.
It's wonderful production design, isn't it? It's a wonderful. You wouldn't think it was indoor, would you? You'd think
Incredible,
there were actual
incredible.
locations.
No,
Yeah.
you think you were
Yeah.
on a period New York street in the winter.
Mm. Yeah. And you alluded to that there was some more involvement with you and Catwoman. Could you perhaps tell me a little bit about what was some of the things that were planned that never came to be?
Yeah, there was a lot of sexual tension and innuendo, and there was some S&M bondage stuff, and all that got cut at the last minute, and it was tough. It was tough. It was a tough blow, but it was everything I would have needed to steal that movie and run away with it. But it is what it is. It's
Do you
nice
think
to
that
be
might
part
be,
of it.
do you think it might be for timing considerations, or was it sort of,
It's always only how the film is assembled, starting with the rough assembly, and onward. So
hmm,
yeah, there's always the matters, the matter of running time and flow, and there's a lot of things that come into it that are director, producer decisions, studio decisions. They're all out of my pay grade.
yeah. Because I imagine nowadays with films being even more expensive than they were to keep actors around for as long as you were kept on Batman and Hudson Hawk, I take it that would be quite rare, I suppose, to do that.
Yeah, it was good for me. It was good for me. Hudson Hawk and Batman Returns. Hudson Hawk was the most expensive film ever budgeted at the time, and Batman Returns was right up there with one of the most expensive movies of all time. So I mean, I was treated well. There's no doubt about it.
Hmm. And so you mentioned you got to know Danny Waters quite well. Was that more on Hudson or Batman? Because I assume he must have been
Yeah,
quite
well,
frantically
I
busy on
started
Batman.
with Hudson Hawk, and
Yeah.
he gave me a lot of good stuff to work with, and there was a mutual respect early on. So, Danny was great.
Hmm.
Hope he's
When it,
well.
oh yeah. I spoke to him sort of September October last year, and he was on good form.
That's
Um,
good to know.
I'm interested in how you develop a character. Do you tend to go from what's literally on the page, or will you to have a backstory in your
Well, the
mind? How do you
pages,
kind
the
of
pages, the pages where you start
hmm,
for sure. And once I immerse myself into the situation, then I look at what I could do effectively as the character. In terms of having the greatest impact on the scene and for the film. And I improv things from there that I think will work, and they usually do.
and do you find a director like Tim Burton is very responsive to those kind of suggestions? Is he quite fluid of what you do,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
yeah?
yeah. There was when they cut all that stuff from me, I tried to recreate economically an alternative to losing them all. I tried to, like basically reimagine how some of these scenes could be, still included, but budget friendly and economically with screen time when I knew what the issues were. And I went to Tim and I said, "Here, I came up with this. What do you think?" And he checked it out and he's like, "Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm." No. I was
I,
like, all right then. Hey, thanks for letting me try.
yeah. I know that when Tim Burton made the first Batman, he had the advantage of doing it over in the UK at Pinewood Studios, and Warner Brothers, the studio executives, were very far away. But of course, for Batman Returns, you're shooting in
Oh,
the
they
thick of
were
it.
they were they were not far. They were on
No.
set.
And how did that affect Tim and was there kind of politics going on?
I can't speak for Tim, but I'm sure that it was a lot of pressure. That's why they were on set, to try to reel it in.
Oh
There
yeah,
was a lot
yeah.
of money being spent and a lot of things going different directions. to put a cork in it.
Mm, yeah. I want to mention so you mentioned your scenes and just sort of see what you think of them essentially, because your first scene in the film is you go and get Christopher Walken because you're going to do the speech to Gotham to the Gotham crowd,
Yeah,
so you're thrust in quite a big crowd scenes, aren't they? So
yeah.
and I take it you obviously been a very confident person because of your wrestling and bodybuilder days. So being quite a young actor, you weren't phased with the fact it was quite as this is quite a lot of people and things and stuff like that. Mm,
No, like I said, I was used to people staring at me, and the
yeah.
camera's just another point of view. It's like another set of eyes on you. So,
Mm,
and I once I understood the creative process, I plugged right into it. I'm
mm,
infinitely creative,
mm,
as an artist.
mm,
It's a gift. So,
mm,
um, yeah, I took to it like a duck into water.
mm. Did Tim Burton like to do lots of takes, and if so, did you relish kind of doing small little changes and things, or?
Yeah, well, that's part of the creative evolution, the processes, but in it, as far as does he like, I don't think anybody likes doing a lot of takes. You want to do as many takes as you need to do to get what you need and check the gate and have it in the can. So
Mm.
you always
Um,
want to overshoot. You don't want to undershoot. If you overshoot, you have options. You're safe. And then after you get what you want, you always do it again so that, quote, you have one for safety just in case something goes wrong with the negative, which, back then film stock was a variable that we don't have to worry about these days. That you could, everything could look right, and then there'd be a piece of film that had oxidation on it or some kind of damage, and they'd have to, not be able to use it. So they'd want to have another take for safety all the time.
mhm. So the first scene where Max is giving his speech, you have Michael Murphy as the mayor. I don't know if you remember Michael Murphy
Yeah,
at all.
Mike was cool. Mike was great.
Mhm. And you have Christy Conway as the ill-fated ice princess. I don't know if she left an impression at all, apart from being very beautiful, of course. But um,
Not as much.
no,
Not as much.
no. So I think she became a fashion designer, so she didn't. I think acting wise, I don't think she did too much really.
Interesting.
Yeah. And how was Christopher Walken like to work with?
He was the best.
Hmm.
He was the best. It will always be an honor to have worked with Chris, and it was quite a long time. He made Thanksgiving dinner for me and at his house. Um, he was great.
Uh, yeah.
Fun guy, great guy to work with.
I imagine he has a very good sense of humor. I would have thought he comes across as being I think he could be quite serious, but he also seems to
Oh
have a
yeah,
sparkle.
well, I'll tell you candidly. There's one time it was that scene with the big crowd that you mentioned, and we're being held in an area, where we're going to start and enter from, into the frame, and I'm right over his shoulder, right behind him, ready to go. Or actually, I was right in front of him, ready to go to lead him, and taps me on the shoulder, and we're rolling at this point. We're really close to shooting, and he says to me, "Hey," and I said, "Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, come, what? I'm trying to stay focused. We're ready to do this, right? We're on a bell." And he's like, um, "You see that girl over there, and the one in the red dress?" And I was like, "Yeah. So what? Come, we're about to do this, And he's like, "I'd like to internet." And I go, and they're like, "Action!" And I'm like, dude, come on, man. You already have an Academy Award. I'm trying to work here. You're killing me, dude. And that was his sense of humor. He was the best.
He was very did that on purpose. It sounded like to sort of, tease
And
you,
of
trip
course,
you up a bit.
he
Yeah.
did it to
Mm,
f with me, but
mm,
that's cool with me. It was look, never forget it.
mm. And of course, playing Christopher Walken's son, I assume you would kind of try and perhaps get a note of his mannerisms and study him a little bit. Was that a conscious thing
Yeah,
to?
I think it just comes natural to me, and the voice, I just started doing it, and it is what it is.
Mm.
I don't know how to explain it other than I just did it.
I mean, I was watching it yesterday,
I
and
opened my mouth
yeah.
and it just came out.
Mm. Yeah, I was having watched it yesterday. It is very believable that you are his son. Because you can see those vocalizations, and there's something about even the sort of facial structure that's there. So I
Yes,
think you got it spot
there
on.
is. There's
Yeah.
you know, the light bounced off our cheekbones and our facial structure the same way. I noticed in a lot of pictures that it was a very good fit.
Mm. And I was very
Except I was bigger because I grew up with orange juice.
yes. I was very taken by how sweet the relationship is between the two of you. Chip is very respectful and loving, and of course it's very central to Max's story, his love
Yeah,
for his son, and I think that's very nicely done by both of you.
I thank you,
Hmm.
thank you.
And
Respect.
because when of course the clowns turn up at the speech, you of course say, "Go, Dad, run!" And I don't see him abandoning his son. I see him trusting his son. If you can read it both ways, I
Yeah,
suppose. But I think that comes across very well.
I'll make the stand. I'll make the stand for us, and you slide out the back, basically.
Yeah.
See you back at the office.
Yes. Uh, and you have, of course, the Christmas tree getting shot at. So you've got explosions and things going on around
Yeah,
your head. So did you enjoy that kind of action-based stuff?
yeah, of course.
And you have there's some very very interesting actors in the scene where they come and get Max. Doug Jones, of course, plays one of the lead clowns, and he, of course, has gone on to have a
Wonderful.
huge career, hasn't he?
Yeah, we love Doug Jones.
Mm. It's
Loved him then,
yeah.
before he was as popular and well known as he is now. But
Mm.
not surprised for him. Happy
Yeah,
for him.
yeah, he's a very, very good actor,
Enjoy
isn't
his
he?
work. Enjoy his work tremendously.
So one of the joys it must have been when you were on the film for so long is you could develop relationships with people like Doug, and you could talk
For
talk
sure.
to them. Yeah, yeah. Because you've got Travis McKenna as he's credited as the fat clown in the film, and also
Don't know him.
no,
Don't remember him.
that's okay. The organ grinder, Vince.
Vincent Schiavelli.
Yes. Do you recall him?
Come on, he was a very famous character actor, I think, in my opinion. And yeah, I
Yes.
was familiar with his work, and it was fun to
Mm.
watch him do his thing.
Yeah.
Nice
He's
to
one
have
of
him there.
yeah. He's one of those actors that appears in lots of things, and of course he died far too young. Um,
God
so
bless his soul.
yes. Um, you did mention that you had there's a story I think that's quite interesting about the family picture, the portrait of
Mm.
you and Max. You want to fill us in?
Oh well, at Rap, Tim said he wanted to give us a gift, Chris and I, and they told me that Chris picked the stuffed Chihuahua from the office with the huge phallus, and that was interesting, and that made me laugh. I thought about going for the coat because the coat was just amazing. It was exceptional. It was very high dollar, custom made piece for me, fitted for me, and made by this great Italian New York tailor to my measurements. And it was like beaver collar, heavy wool. It was just a beautiful coat, and I thought about that, and I wish I could have got them both, but I ended up going with the painting, and I lugged it around for like 22 years wherever I went. Either in my place or I'd have it in storage, and then eventually I I let my friend become caretaker of it because he's got a place. He's not going anywhere, and he has like 20-foot ceilings, and he has it high up on the wall and in a great place with other great pieces of art. So it's well cared for to this day and still exists.
Well, that's fabulous because a lot of these things, of course, end up in skips, don't they? Sort of. So it's nice that it's still
Yeah,
around.
still
Uh,
around. It's
um,
around without the responsibility, which is great for me because
yeah.
it came with a huge responsibility. You can't just let anything happen to it. Obviously, it was a sacred piece in terms of
Mm.
filmography and all
Uh,
that.
I mean, I've got. I used to be a big autograph collector, not so much these days, but I've got a lot of
Audubon?
autographs, so famous
No,
signatures,
autograph.
and
I
and,
thought you
so,
meant
and
John James.
oh no, no, sadly not, no. But a lot of people that I've got signatures are sadly no longer with us, and you kind of feel, well,
Yeah,
what I don't want to lose those. I want to someday give them to somebody that will appreciate them and stuff. So, um,
right.
you said about that because it is a lovely coat that you have. Did your costumes go through a lot of incarnations, or did you kind of what was it an easy look for them to find for you?
No, they knew what they wanted to do and they had the guy to do it.
Yeah.
They had this guy, I couldn't tell you his name, but he was this little Italian guy from New York. He was a master tailor and he just, pulled out bolts of material and did my measurements and started cutting it up, pinning it
Yeah.
up. He knew his stuff. No
Uh,
problems at all. Not much thought on my part, just awe.
yeah. And I suppose the chip style is very much a sort of mirror image of Max, so they're both stylish men. You get the sense that your style comes a bit from your father, which is natural, isn't it? So it's sort of it feels organic, the look that you have, I think, in the film.
Yeah, high style and old money.
Yes, yes. So we move that on to the next scene, and this is with uh, Christopher Walken and also Michael Keaton as well. The in the office where Bruce Wayne is pointing out this power plant isn't perhaps the best idea. Do you remember working with Michael Keaton and what he was like to
Sure,
have around?
sure. Um, yeah, Michael Keaton was cool. Um, he didn't talk a lot, you know, um,
Mm.
but he was very professional, very polite, and fun to watch him get down.
Yeah. Because I did a similar event for the first Batman film, and some of the actors were saying that, like what you were saying, that he was sort of not rude, but he kept himself to himself. And because, of course, a leading man, you've got to kind of, keep your eye on the ball, haven't you? So you don't perhaps have time to fraternize as much as perhaps you would like to. I'm guessing.
Everybody's got their own style and implements it the way they need to get it done. So
Mm.
I don't have much comment on his process other than he knows what he's doing and he does it well.
Mm. Oh yeah, yeah. I think a lot of people the ultimate Batman. I think so. I think you can understand why. And then of course you have the lovely Selena, Michelle Pfeiffer, coming into
Mm.
the scene and very much stealing the show. What was Michelle like?
She's the reason that a lot of my stuff got taken out of the film.
Oh,
Um, after that, I haven't been much of a fan, to be honest. It, it
Yes, I
what
don't
it
blame
is,
you.
but she
Yeah.
had her issues, and they had nothing to do with anything that I did. But you know, intimidated, I guess.
Do you think she might have had either it was just chemistry didn't gel, or do you think that she kind of wanted the character to go a certain way? Do you think it might have just been
I don't think she wanted me stealing the movie.
ah yeah, yeah.
You know, she wanted it to be the bat, the cat, and the penguin, and not Chip.
Mm.
And I have a way of being very memorable. So once that's out of the bag, you can't take it back.
Yeah, yeah. I see what you mean. And there's a lovely moment when after Selena leaves and how Bruce Wayne is so besotted with her. I think it's a nice touch. She doesn't even Bruce
I'd
doesn't
push
even
out a higher window, to be honest.
yes, yeah. Well, I mean that's the interesting thing. I sort of think about the Chip character is how much did he kind of know how dirty Max was, if you know what I mean. So so because you always want to sort of think the best of your father, but I think the fact that he knew that he did push her out a window suggests that he kind of knew kind of what he was like. But I thought
Yeah,
that's quite interesting.
he was co-conspirator.
Hmm. Oh yeah, yeah. Um, so then, of course, you do seem to disappear a bit from the film, which is, of course, would have been explained by the scenes that then kind of got dropped.
I
Um,
mean, it's a Batman movie, not a Chip Shrek movie.
hmm. Well, a lot of people commented that Batman wasn't in it enough. So, it's I think it's quite a difficult film to kind of balance the characters, if you know what I mean, because you had.
And that's probably the dilemma I got caught up in.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. But you do have a lovely final scene in the Masquerade Ball, and that must have been quite fun to shoot, I would have thought.
Get in the duck.
Mhm. Yeah. You got a lovely. So, did you witness the explosion that they did on the set? Do you see that
But
there's
come
kind of,
on, yeah, of course.
yeah.
This is
Well,
say hello to my partner in crime. This is Panda Bear.
hello, Panda Bear. What breed is she?
She's a Pomeranian.
Ah, beautiful. Yeah.
She wants to be a husky when she grows up.
And why not? Of course we get into with Danny DeVito as the wonderful penguin. No, I mean it's still that's a role that still impresses audiences to this day. I would have thought to see Danny do his thing must have been quite good.
Yeah, Danny's cool.
Hmm, hmm. And did he improvise a lot? I get the sense that Danny could be probably quite cheeky.
Oh yeah, I mean, well,
Yeah.
he spent an ungodly amount of time in makeup, and gives you a chance to ponder what you're gonna do. And I think that when as the makeup comes together, anytime that you feel more inspired as you get closer, you're certainly once that extensive makeup procedures get locked in, then it's pretty much clear who you are, and then what you might do and how to do it most effectively. I think that starts to flow. So it's definitely tied to that inspiration.
Hmm. And you do have a lovely moment with Danny as well when he holds you at umbrella point and insults you a few times as well, um, and then gives you a nice.
Lucky he didn't kick my ass.
Well, I was going to say, did anything go wrong? But it was all no problem there. No.
No worries.
Oh, good, good. And of course, you do have some real penguins on set as well, dressed
Yeah,
in their costume as well. Um, yeah,
crazy, right?
yeah,
A bunch of penguins, an S ton of penguins.
yeah.
There was a lot of penguins there for a while, swimming around the moat.
So you got to visit that set and sort of see what they were doing with the
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Did.
yeah. Did it take a lot longer to film when you had the penguins in the scenes? I guess that might have been not
I
really.
mean, I'm not in the scenes, so I can walk through, the set and take a gander at what's going on and check it out for, as long as it's interesting to me. But I'm not in scenes with penguins where I've got to wait on penguins to hit their mark or anything like that. I saw them running wild doing penguin stuff.
Mhm. And was there anything that particularly impressed you when you saw, in terms of the actors doing
The
the
whole
thing
thing
or
was
the
impressive. I
whole
mean, it
thing?
was crazy.
Yeah,
It was crazy.
yeah.
Huge effort,
Mm,
tons of talented people, lots of money spent, and delivered on the promises. It's an epic film. It has an epic look.
mhm,
Took an epic amount of work from an epic amount of people. So
mm.
I think everybody involved is proud of their participation and their efforts.
Because were you a Batman fan? Were you?
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I've always been a DC guy.
Yeah, more of a DC than the Marvel, to be fair. Although Marvel's good as well, but yeah, Batman, Superman, those characters. So there's suddenly be
Pardon me while I get rid of that.
hmm,
I'm sorry.
you okay?
Yep.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was just saying, so being a Batman fan, you must have had to pinch yourself a little bit, sort of thinking that I'm now part of the Batman universe, part of Batman's history. Is that difficult to get your head around sometimes, or
No,
no?
no. I mean, it was a process, and I was glad to get through it step by step.
Hmm. Was
Once
there
I
any?
was in, I was
Yeah.
once I was in, it was on.
Oh yeah, I suppose just it's like a roller coaster, isn't it? You're just going along the ride, aren't you? You're not
Yeah, yeah.
thinking about the twists and turns and things. But was there anything that you filmed that was it? So we talked about stuff that was cut from the actual shooting, but was there anything you did that was filmed but deleted?
There's always stuff that anybody films that's going to be deleted. Um, that's why I said, it's best to overshoot rather than undershoot, so that you always have options.
Yes. Yeah. And did you get to see the Batmobile and the Batcave?
Say that again.
Did you get to see the Batcave and the Batmobile?
Did I get to?
See the Batcave and the Batmobile.
Sorry, there's a lot of noise
Oh,
here.
that's okay.
On the street.
I
Go
was I
ahead.
was
What?
wondering when you went to other sets on the film, did you get to see the famous Batmobile?
Yeah,
Hmm.
I did.
Yeah.
It was tooling around, going about 2 miles an hour.
Hmm. Not the most practical vehicle, I wouldn't have thought. Um, two iconic actors from the film. You might not have met them, but I thought I should ask you. Did you meet Michael Gough or Pat Hingle? They played Alfred
I
and
remember
Commissioner
Pat
Gordon.
and Michael go. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Because of course, were they gentlemen? Were they
Legendary
legendary?
character actors.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know particularly Michael has been in loads of British productions and films and everything. So he's I think quite high esteemed in the acting circle. You did have a another encounter with superheroes with Superman on Lois and Clark with Dean Cain
Yeah,
and Terry Hatcher. Was that a memorable experience?
of course. Yeah, I got to go and act like I was doing a Lobo project,
Mhm. Yeah.
kicking Superman's butt all over the streets of Metropolis and stealing his girlfriend, making out with her in front of him, and
Mhm.
putting him down the whole time. The laugh and the smile. It was great. Good
Mhm.
times.
Mhm. So Terry Hatcher and Dean Cain were good fun, it sounds like.
Yeah. Yeah, they were fine.
Hmm. So I just want to mention a few of your other projects because I know my audience would be interested. You did Necessary Roughness with Scott Bakula. That was a football story. Did you enjoy that production?
I've enjoyed everything I've ever done,
Mm.
honestly. I've been
Yeah.
blessed to make a living as an artist and to apply my craft and to apply myself. So
Mm.
I'd take every challenge, head up and in the highest mind, and
Mm.
apply my process and my imagination to it and execute, and review and adjust. And yeah,
Mm.
it's what I do. I love it.
I mean, you've had such a wide and prolific career, but do you sometimes
Thank
find
you.
do you sometimes find like any actor that you get a bit pigeonholed into the villains, or do you find that you could kind of escape that?
I mean, there's the so-called challenge of playing against type is not really challenging. I mean, it's liberating for me to take on challenges. I've always been one to face challenges and to grow from them. So, story of my life. But it's the gig.
Mhm. I wanted to mention the program briefly because, of course, you were alongside another Catwoman, Halle Berry. So I don't know if
Yeah,
she left an impression.
she was not Catwoman at the time yet, but
No, no, in
she
Waiting,
would
wasn't she?
later go on to become Catwoman famously, right? So no, Halle Berry was the best. And we were both very young and good looking, and it was the time of our lives.
Hmm. And you also had
She was cool. She was just cool, very cool.
oh, good, good. And you also had James Caan in that as well, another fantastic actor.
Yeah, God rest him. He was amazing. We stayed friends for many years after the film. He would work out alongside me at Gold's Gym, every day, and
Mhm.
saw quite a bit of each other. He was a great
Yeah,
dude, great to work with.
yeah. Because you did a number of films where you played sort of, American football. Were you naturally quite good at that when you were young? Did you play that or?
Good enough to fake it, not good enough to make it.
And I must mention Street Fighter because, of course, that's Jean-Claude Van Damme, the Muscles from Brussels. Um, was Jean-Claude good to do? Is that an injury or no?
Um, Van Damme was challenging.
Ah, right.
He
I couldn't
had,
believe that.
quite a bit of ego and trauma that you had to move out of the way before you could get anything done with him at the time.
Mm,
But later in life, we became friends. He outgrew his bullshit and turned into be a pretty cool guy.
mm. Well, I imagine the success that you have, he had particularly, or any leading man, it's easy to go to your head, isn't it? And people can become quite arrogant
He
or
wouldn't bring
overinflated.
anything to the work except his ego, and
Yeah.
it was clear to me, like, to have things prepared and to have my ideas ready, and I'd sell it to him, before we rehearse, so he knew what I was gonna do, and he was like, oh, wow, like, yeah, that's acting, buddy. That's what we're here to
Mm,
do.
yeah.
It was all new to him. It was a big surprise when somebody comes and does something creative.
Yeah.
But we got through it, and it was his highest grossing movie of all time, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was, and of course there's very few people that could match him physically, but of course you were definitely one of those people.
He was quite upset about that.
Mm,
I remember him coming up to me and going, "You are wow, you're a really big guy. How much is your weight?" And I was like, I'm about 275, 280. He's like, oh, but you're not fat. I was like, yeah. He's like, wow. I was like, it's gonna be okay. Just do your best.
Hmm. I mean, when you're built in such a way, bodybuilding building days, etc. Is it quite difficult to physically maintain the fitness that you had?
It's hard work, baby. I
Yeah.
mean, but I was all about it. Hard work pays off.
Hmm. Oh yeah, yeah. And also, of course, in Street Fighter, you have Kylie Minogue. I don't know if you encountered her at all.
Of course.
Yeah. Uh,
Cammy.
yeah.
She was allegedly a huge international star that nobody from America had ever heard of. So I didn't know who she was. She was this cute little petite thing that was, allegedly inherently a big pop star, but nobody knew. Go figure. But yeah, it's all what it is, what it is. It's all good. She was good. She got it done. I think she did a serviceable job, no problems.
Mhm.
I mean, it's acting is acting like another human being. It's not like rocket surgery or anything.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of actors get caught up in developing processes and methods, and you've got to do.
You said it. A lot of people get caught up.
Yes, yeah, yeah. And the only other person I want to mention from Street Fighter, uh, uh, Raul Julia, who played. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, but he played Gomez in
Zangief,
is Zangief. Yeah, he was famous for the Addams Family films, and of course died.
Raul
Raul,
Julia.
that's good. Yeah, yes. Do you have any memories of him?
Oh yeah, he was dying at the time. They weren't saying that. They were saying that he missed some time, and they said that he was sick. They said because he ate some bad shrimp.
Right, hiding it.
But the truth of the matter is he was dying of, I think, brain cancer. And I remember one time I was out on the beach because they put us up in these high rises right on the beach at the Gold Coast, the surfers. And I was walking out on the beach, and it was a very stormy, dark, gloomy, atmospheric scene. And I was just out there walking, and I ran into Raul, who was walking from the edge of the water, and up to his ankles, and staring into the sea. And it was a powerful moment, and I could infer that he was reflecting on his life and his soon to be his death. He knew it was coming, and apparently he made a promise to his young sons to do the movie Street Fighter because they were big fans, and it was kind of his gift, his legacy to his kids. So that's what I'm told,
Hmm.
and it makes sense.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think, and also, um, I think actors have an immortality that other people don't
Well,
in respect.
celluloid does.
Yes, on celluloid, yes.
Actors
Mm,
live and die like anybody else,
yeah.
but the work can last forever.
And do you find that a very nice thing? Is it comforting in a way?
Don't suck,
No, no.
don't suck, or you suck forever in all perpetuity in all forms
Yeah,
of media that are today invented and as may be yet to be devised at a later date.
yeah, yeah.
So don't suck. That's
Mm,
real important.
mm. I
Or
just
you suck forever. You suck on VHS, you suck on DVD, you suck on Blu-ray, and
mm,
whatever comes next, you're still gonna suck.
mm.
So don't suck. That's very important.
I know a lot of actors, particularly stage
I
actors.
said that to Oliver Stone once when he
Oh
wanted
yeah.
me to really do a great job in a scene, and I just told him, "Yeah, my rule number one is don't suck. And he called me an egomaniac, and I was thought that was an interesting response coming from a megalomaniac as himself, which I
Yes.
said. But
Mm.
you know, I don't see it that way. I just I enjoy my work. I enjoy the, like I said,
Yeah.
the whole nuts and bolts, nuts to
Yeah.
bolts.
But you have a very dedicated, serious approach to it as well. You know that you take it seriously. Again, not actors do that. You know, you sort of
I'm
you
serious about my crafty bullshit.
hmm, yeah.
I take my crafty bullshit very seriously.
I
You know,
spoke
like
to
the process is basically reach into your pocket, grab a big handful of your best crafty bullshit, and
yeah.
pull it out of your pocket, see where it's going to go, and throw it as straight as you can towards what you want to hit with your crafty bullshit. And if it flies straight and sticks to the wall, well, damn, don't you throw some good crafty bullshit.
Hmm. Oh yeah,
There you
yeah.
go.
I know a lot of actors, particularly British actors that I've spoken to, who tend to do a lot of theatre. They prefer theatre because they can change their performance every night. And but of course, when they do film, whatever they decide to do, that as you said, it's there for all eternity. So um,
I don't, I mean, like you mentioned, people that, you know, are afraid to watch their work and they must be afraid they're going to suck.
yeah,
They're probably right if they can't watch their work. If you can't watch your work, how do you expect anybody else to watch it? How do you know that it's watchable?
well, yeah, because I
How do
thought
you walk away? How do you walk away
yeah,
if you don't know you did the job? The job's not to stumble and meander through each scene, you know, and wonder if it's effective or wonder what you did or how, you know, you want to make sure what you're doing translates onto film. You want to be, you know, aware of the lenses and the focus and the framing and all these things. You
hmm,
want to make sure that it works as best as it can in a raw form before it goes to editing.
yeah, because I think we all have a fictional version of ourselves, don't we? That we see that when we go on camera or we go and look in the mirror, we think, do I actually look like that? Do I sound like that? So unless you're looking at your performances, I do wonder how actors do it because I would have thought you need to know that you don't quite sound the way you or you don't look like Hugh Grant or Hugh Jackman, whoever it is. You know, you need to kind of have a realistic version of yourself, don't you? I suppose.
I've got a million of them.
Hmm. Yeah. Did you mention any given Sunday? So that sounds like it was it a hard film to do because of Oliver Stone, or did you?
Listen,
Oh,
a lot of my performances would kill 10,000 mortal men. All there is to it. And any given Sunday is, you know, right up there with, you know, add to it that we were filming on the equator in the brutal sun, you know, in Miami in the summer. So that was crazy. And I mean, you'd be in like 110-degree weather, and then you'd go into the hotel, and the air conditioning would be on, and you'd go. Basically, your body would start to instantly go into shock. It was rough. It was hard. It was, you know,
yeah,
hard work pays off. You know,
yeah. And I suppose when you're doing physical action or sports action, you know, you've got to prepare to make sure you don't get.
everybody was pro football players
Yeah. Oh, well, that yeah, that would have helped.
pretending to be actors. I'm an actor pretending to be a pro football player, so
Mm.
it's live as it gets. You know, I was 300 pounds, so's everybody else,
Do you
and
think?
you know,
Yeah,
collision, maximum efforts, collision. You know, it's
yeah.
yeah, that's why I'm a few cans short of a six pack today.
Do you think that the pro footballers pretending to be actors had it more difficult than you being an actor pretending to be a pro footballer? Was it kind of didn't matter, I suppose. But
I mean,
mm,
nobody's had it more difficult than me, but nobody, like I said, difficult is relative. Nobody's had it more difficult than me, but for me, it wasn't all that difficult. It was Tuesday, like quote Raoul.
Yeah, yeah. And I have to mention, of course, Al Pacino. So, I mean, you don't get bigger
That
than that, do
guy,
you? Yeah,
I'll tell you, that guy is something else.
yeah.
He was great. He was great. He was the legend, man. And I remember telling him, Al, I just wanted to take a minute and be serious and to say to you that I'll never. He goes, Andrew, stop. And I was like, no, Al, let me say this. I just want to say, he goes, Andrew, stop. And I'm like, he goes, I'll never forget working with you.
Oh, that's lovely.
And I was like, okay, fair enough. That was beautiful. It's like, even if you're Al Pacino, you ain't going to see the likes of me again.
Yeah. Was that the closest you've ever become to being starstruck, I suppose? Somebody like Al Pacino.
I don't get starstruck.
No. Well, I suppose we all go to the toilet, don't we? And we all do, we're all human
First
beings,
thing
aren't
that
we?
came to mind, to be honest, but I wasn't going to say it. But yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Mm.
that sees us all the same way.
Absolutely, yeah. I do want to mention very briefly Pearl Harbor. That's Michael Bay film. Of course, I remember seeing that in the cinema at the time, being very moved by it. Was it nice to be part of a story like that?
For sure. Come on. I mean, it was quite the honor. The scene where we're drowning and inside the engine room of the Oklahoma, after it rolls over and in the attack and turns turtle upside down. And we were in Baja, California, Mexico at Fox Warner's. And they had basically a shipping container, that was outfitted on the inside and dressed to look like the inside of the engine room. And it was on two staggered cranes, and it was suspended above like a 1 million gallon, 10 million gallon, whatever it was, infinity pool, on the coast there. So it gave the illusion that the water never ended. And, you know, uh, almost drowned for real. Hit my head coming up in some oily water, pushed off the bottom, and oh, that was interesting. But yeah, I'll never forget. They had Jerry Bruckheimer and Michael Bay had like 100 survivors, wives, and families set up with folding chairs right on the edge of the dock, right on the edge of the pool, just right there watching the monitor was on a screen for them so they could watch the action live, and there was tears in their eyes. They tried to thank me for. I was like, yeah, don't thank me. I'm just trying to, show with some authenticity, what it would have been like for your loved ones who are, great American heroes that we lost in this tragedy. So I was like, they're the heroes. I'm just playing them on TV.
Yeah. Yeah, so even though it must have been quite scary being in that water and quite close.
Scary. I mean, we had Navy SEALs, on the bottom, hiding out, and just in case it was needed. And it still wouldn't have saved me. I just pushed up off the bottom in that murky, oily water, and my head hit something steel real hard, real fast. And all I remember is about to just black out, and I fought it in my head, and I saw this light in the far corner and tons of bubbles, and that was going to be the only air pocket. But originally they sunk it too fast. We had agreed to a certain count so that they could stop and there'd be room to do the dialogue in that scene, with an air pocket, and they sunk it. And yeah, they'll kill you. They'll kill you if you let them.
Yeah. Yes. Um, th-
Words to live by.
oh, absolutely. Yes.
And I
Um,
wasn't letting them, but close calls on that one.
hmm,
But it was
yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, yeah,
I
very good
had a
fun.
dream where I was haunted by the sailors who lost their lives. It was like that Twilight Zone episode, if you're familiar with it,
I think I know
where
what what you mean.
the ghosts come to the survivor
Mm,
in his sleep, and
yeah.
it was like the message was, "Don't fuck this up.
Mm.
Do this for us and do us proud." And loud and clear.
Well, I don't think you can be involved in something like that and not be affected by it, and it kind of, you know, get into your subconscious. You know, it's a big deal to do something like that. Um, but the penultimate project I wanted to ask you about was Rollerball, which of course John McTiernan, who of course did Die Hard.
Yeah.
Was that a fun film?
Um. Like I'm gonna have fun regardless. John was a handful, but we got through it.
Hmm. 'Cause you've got Jean Reno in that one. He's a very good actor, isn't he? So, um,
Yeah. The
you
professional.
yeah. Mm. And you did very interestingly star in two Texas Chainsaw Massacre films as the title character. Did you
Yeah.
enjoy exploring the darker side of
Yeah.
humanity? Did you find that interesting?
Of course I did.
Hmm.
Of course I did. I wouldn't take it back for the world.
Hmm.
Chance to recreate such an iconic role on my own terms. I mean, pretty amazingly cool.
Hmm. And is it quite liberating to play a villain, especially one like, over the top, like, because of course to sort of channel and explore in a safe way, you kind of sort of is it interesting psychologically to get into the mind of somebody like that? Is it interesting?
Of course.
Yeah.
Also, just it's very dangerous. You have to be, aware that it's all fun till somebody gets hurt, and you know, it's small cut with the chainsaw, and somebody could bleed out. So,
Yeah.
it was
Mm.
with great fun comes great responsibility.
Mm. So
But
you had real chainsaws and things you had to kind of
yeah,
interact with and stuff.
I looked forward to raising the bar
Mm.
with that performance, and I believe we were successful.
Oh yeah, yeah. And I did come across that Entertainment Weekly did back in 2003 put you in the list of top 100 creative people in Hollywood. That must have been quite an accolade.
Yeah, I was happy to receive that recognition because I felt it was absolutely true, and that was way cool. That was way cool that they saw that and lauded me for that. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
bless them.
And when you've and is there any role that you've played that you've had to learn a skill or maybe confront a fear or something that was useful to you long afterwards, something that stood
Well,
stayed
I
with
mean,
you?
like rollerball is a great example because, like, rollerball is that was crazy. It was we had a concrete figure eight track that rose in the middle and then descended and then went into the turns and took you up on the wall and then back around again in a figure eight and things the trying to film on that, hold a two shot when I'm fighting Chris Klein, like they got a quad and a camera on the back of a quad and they're tying ropes to us because they're trying to keep us together in a shot and keep the focus. And then the rope would turn a corner and the rope would yank both of us to the ground. And I'd hit the same spot over and over again on my hip and started an injury. And it was, yeah, you have to learn because there's no, how do you know how to do that?
Yeah.
How do you know how to do that stuff with the chainsaw and running around and not cut your own femoral artery when you're running and pulling your knees up high, and realize if you fall on it, you're dead meat. And you cut somebody, they're dead meat. I mean, that's a skill you have to learn,
Mm.
and there's zero room for error.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And do you have a favorite character that you played, or maybe a character that you admire something particularly about? Think, oh, I wish I could be a
Can't.
bit of that, or
Well, I mean, Lobo is always going to be my favorite character, and I'm always, you know, I'd love to see it made. I'd love to be a part of it. And if I'm too old when it comes down to it and they do it, I'd love to be a part of it in another way.
hmm.
But that I think is the best. I think it's kind of interesting. I think Jason Momoa could pull it off, especially if I was on set and we hit it off. But
Yeah, that's the DC character, isn't it? Lobo.
yeah,
He
yeah,
he's
he beats up
Supergirl.
Superman for fun and makes out with his girlfriend. That's pretty much like I said.
Yeah,
Without the makeup, it was very close what I did on Lois and Clark, and that's what I really enjoyed about it. That it was an opportunity to pretty much act like Lobo.
yeah. Because Jason Momoa is playing Lobo in Supergirl that's out this June, so it's gonna be interesting to see what he does with that character. I
What's
think
that?
Jason Momoa is playing Lobo in Supergirl coming out
Yeah,
in June, so it'd be interesting to see what he does with it.
let's see what
Yeah.
he does.
Hmm. Yeah.
I think he'll be fine. It's a character that pretty much writes itself. It's pretty much it just screams fun.
Yes. Yeah. And you must have seen quite a few changes in the industry during your time. Is there anything that you think particularly noteworthy to mention here in terms of
You
how,
could do so much more now. You don't need to buy film, which is what used to be the biggest expense. Movies used to cost $50 million because a lot of it was film stock cost and production and processing and development. And you'd have to have reels made and sent out to every cinema in the country and around the world, physically send them, ship them, and return them. And it was now it's all push of a button on your phone.
yeah. And is it as an interesting art as it is as it what for example when you started pre-digital, was the movie business as fun as it is now, do you think? If you were to be at the beginning of your career now, would you think, oh, I'm going to have just as good time as I have, or
I couldn't have had any more fun than I had.
hmm, yeah, yeah, um,
I wouldn't trade it for the world.
no,
I wouldn't do it different. There's nothing I regret.
hmm.
Proud of it all.
Oh, that's fantastic. And I think it is a tougher industry. I think from when I talk to a lot of people, they say it's a more difficult industry now than perhaps it was in the 60s, 70s. Would you kind of agree that it is a bit more of a difficult industry, or
I don't know. There's a lot more pressure when they're spending $100 million than if you could do it for absolutely free.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's so many outlets, as you say. There's Netflix, there's Disney, there's people can make films on their phones. So there's a lot more content out there, but I think there's a lot more people that want to get in the business as well. So I think it's kind of, yeah, I'm not sure if it makes it easier, or I don't know.
Well, a lot of people want to get into the business because they want to be famous.
Yeah,
You should only want to get into the business because you feel you're a creative contributor and that you understand the language of creativity and that you could bring something to the table that you could add to the mix. Um, and if you are right, maybe you'll get famous
mm,
for what that's worth. But
mm,
you know, being rich is better than being famous anyway. So
yeah.
I don't think it would change anything.
No, no. You're of course on set for an awful long time making a film. How do you kind of keep yourself? Because I think Jack Nicholson said that they don't pay me to act, they pay me to wait. And do you find that process? How do you kind of keep yourself, alert and interested on a film?
That's like saying I don't breathe to live. I live to breathe. I mean,
Mm.
I'm gonna do it. You're gonna be waiting anyway. Waiting
Well,
is the same as living. I mean,
yeah,
what are you waiting for? You're in the process. We're all in flux, right? Until we get
mm,
to the end. So
that's very true. Yeah.
eventually, the same thing's waiting for all of us when we get there. What you do in between that time, that becomes the record entered into the record, and maybe if you're lucky, you did something notable or memorable, part of your legacy.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it's a very good attitude to have, and I think a lot of it's just about having fun, isn't it? And enjoying taking it seriously, but not too seriously, and just going along with it for the ride,
You
I
gotta
suppose.
love what you do.
Mm, yeah,
If
um,
you do what you love, you're blessed.
yeah,
If you make a living out of it, amen.
yeah. So in terms of your legacy, are you happy that a lot of people are going to remember you as Chip from Batman? Are you quite comfortable with that sort of association, or
What's not to be proud of?
yeah, yeah. And did you see the film at the premiere back
Yeah, of
in,
course.
you did? Yeah, but was that a good atmosphere? Was that a good experience?
It was a good experience. I had this supermodel that lived next to me in Hollywood, and she was my date for the premiere. I remember Steven Seagal trying to steal her from me, which was comical. But that was my memory of the premiere.
Yeah. Well, but as good as Steven Seagal is, I don't think I don't think he stood a chance
Yeah,
against you, surely.
he's not taking my chick.
No, no, no. So you were quite impressed with
But
the film?
that's the day
Yeah,
he learned. That's the
yeah,
day he learned.
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you were quite impressed with the film then when you first saw it. You thought it was a good piece of cinema as a whole. Did you enjoy it at the time?
What does the record say?
Well, that's a fabulous film.
There you have it.
Yeah.
Who am I to say any different?
Yeah. I mean, are you surprised that we're talking 30, was it 33 years? No, 30, almost 40 years now since the film came. Is it surprising that people still want to talk to you about Batman?
Nah, but it's crazy, isn't it?
Mm,
It feels
yeah,
more like 20, but
yeah,
wow,
yeah. And
wow,
it's also become a Christmas film as well, having been set at Christmas, it's like a bit like
right?
Die Hard. It comes out every holiday, So
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's not as Christmassy as the Lobo paramilitary Christmas special, which I shot with a film student from AFI, for $2,400, and it's 13 minutes of pure bliss
is
and
that
ultra violence
is that available
and
somewhere? Can
black
people
humor.
can people see that if they want to find it? Is that available?
It's all over YouTube.
Ah, that's interesting. And you
You
mentioned to me,
haven't seen it?
no, I haven't. No, no, I will.
Oh, you'll have to watch it and give me your thoughts.
Oh, I will. I will. So you're now. I think you said to me yesterday. You're essentially now sort of retired, just sort of enjoying life.
Officially,
Yeah.
officially, yeah, I'm retired. 35 years in the game, but
Yeah.
I'll still work if it strikes me and comes over my way.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't think actors ever retire. I think they're always waiting for that phone call or that, you know, good script, to come through. But,
Well, collecting my pension is how I define retirement.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And so you mentioned that you had gone to various conventions. You say so what are your fans? Do you enjoy meeting the fans? Is it good to sort of have those interactions?
Yeah, they don't throw rotten fruit at me, so it's all good. It's
Yeah,
always happy
yeah,
to see them. They're always happy to see me.
yeah. And do you follow the Batman films or the Superman? Are you interested in seeing? You still,
They're event films, aren't they?
yeah,
So even if
yeah,
you don't go and see them in theater, they're gonna come your way. So I don't think that I would miss any of them.
yeah,
Eventually, I'm gonna see them.
yeah. So you've always been a film fan, I take it, as much as you've enjoyed cinema as a viewer as much as being in it, I take it.
Oh, I've always been a film fan before I was a film actor.
Hmm. Yeah,
Yeah, that'll never change.
yeah, yeah. Well, thank you, Andrew, for such a wonderful conversation. Is there anything you wanted to add before I let you go?
It's my pleasure. Um, yeah, I just if people want to get some autographed prints from me, they can do that, and they can hit me up on my email, which is abrynarsky@yahoo.co.uk, and drop me a note. Let me know what you need, and you can also find me on socials. On Instagram, on IG at Latimer Face, and also on Facebook at Andrew Bryniarsk.
When I put the video on YouTube, I'll put a little note in the description about that very thing, just to sort of hopefully give
Solid.
new fans your way. Okay. But well, thank you very
Great.
much, Andrew. It's been lovely to exploring your career, so many interesting stories and
For
things. And
sure.
thank you very
It's
much.
been painless. It's been painless, Phil.
Oh, that's always good to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. And memorable interview. Good times and much respect, much love, and take care of yourself. All your viewers and all my fans out there, thanks for checking us out, giving us the time, and God bless.
Thanks, Andrew. I appreciate it. Have a good week. Take care, and thank you very much.
Appreciate you. Take care. Bye bye now.
Bye, Andrew. Bye.
See ya.
See ya. Hi, Neil.
Hey, how's it going?
Very good. How are you, sir?
Good, good. Nice to meet you.
And you?
Yeah.
You having a nice week?
Yeah, pretty good. Been busy, but it's been good. Yeah. Yeah. Um, so nice. Where are you right now?
I'm in the United Kingdom. I'm down just outside Exeter, so about 3 hours south of London.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. So I'm curious what this project is.
Yes, so
Yeah.
I did a project for the first Tim Burton Batman, and that was proved to be quite popular. And that was full interviews with cast and crew that I then cut together, so done separately. And I thought I'd do the same thing with Batman Returns, and you'll be the final piece of the puzzle, as it were.
Oh, all right. Well, like I said, I really thought over the whole experience, so I'll share what I have, but I don't know if it's going to be I don't know what your angle is on on your storytelling. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think a lot of what I do is just much about the people involved, because my
Yeah.
channel is lives in the pictures, so it's very much about
All
the
right.
people as well. So I've got a couple of my questions will be about yourself, but it's kind of just sort of sometimes also, um, I mean, obviously it would be lovely to get Michelle Pfeiffer or Michael Keaton,
Sure.
but at the same time, they're the obvious ones. You
Right.
want those to perhaps that don't always get their stories and just to sort of find new things. I think that's the most
Yeah. Yeah.
things
Yeah.
delightful about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so thank you very much, Neil, for wanting to be involved. It is
Sure.
it's always
Sure.
appreciated.
Yeah. Glad to.
Thank you. My first question is just about yourself. In the respect, did you always want to go into acting?
Yeah. Ever since, I mean, it started for me when I was 8 or 9. I would listen to show albums and then I would play all the parts. I put on shows in my living room. Yeah. Absolutely. It's been my whole life, and I started at an early age. I was in community theater. I was in all the high school shows. So I started really early, and then at I went to college in upstate New York, and went as a business major, lasted about a month, and then made that emotional phone call to my parents that I want to be an actor. And, I was already doing plays in the theater department, but I was taking macro and microeconomics. And so I started studying theater. And then I had a couple years out of college, started getting stuff in New York. Then I went to Yale Drama School, which was an amazing 3 years. Really was. We called it School of Trauma, but it's only because we all wanted it so badly, And yeah, so it's been my whole life. And then getting out of school, I was here about 4 years, doing a lot of theater. I did one little TV thing, and then I went to Los Angeles. Um, I lived there about 10 years, and it took a little while, but once I got going, I think by the time I'd done Batman Returns, I think it was my first film. I think I'd done a couple of television shows. I think I'd done Cheers and maybe Golden Girls by then, very small parts on amazing, amazing shows working with people who I idolized, like Golden Girls, Cheers. So Batman Returns was very much of that same flavor, meaning it was cast by Marion Doherty, who was legendary back then. I mean, she had already become a legend. So the fact that I was cast by her was very exciting to me. My first movie, and it's a big, Batman movie. And I would think I was Gothamite 2. I think there were 3 of us, and I was number 2. One of them was the writer's wife, and I don't know who the third Gothamite was. But what was interesting about the experience with Batman Returns was that it was such a big deal to get the job, meaning Marion Doherty, big studio, giant budgeted, big giant film with big stars, Dan DeVito, Michelle Pfeiffer, Christopher Walken, and so I couldn't have been more excited. So I was on set for my one line that I had at the newsstand about seeing how excited Penguin was running for mayor, that he felt 5 feet tall or something like that. I was on set 3 days because the Gotham City set was so intricate and complicated. And they were shooting all of these Gotham City scenes at the same time. So for 2 days, I just sat around and got to see how a movie gets made. It was very exciting to me. Then the third day, I worked. Like that one moment took all day. And so it was a great learning experience in that I got to see a big film in action and to see what cog in the wheel we actors are in a really big sense, because it was such a big, I just did a film, American Fiction, that was a tiny, beautiful film, but it was, nothing like Batman Returns. It was the opposite, but it was a great experience. I never met Tim Burton because we had the B director. We weren't in the A team of what was filming. They were concurrently filming. So Timothy Burton was off filming something else those 3 days. And I was working with the assistant director, whose name I don't know, sorry to say. Never met Danny DeVito or Michelle Pfeiffer or Christopher Walken or any of the celebrities, because my scene was at the newsstand with Gothamite 1 and 3. But it wasn't disappointing at all, because it was very exciting being a part of something that you knew was such a big deal. And it was my first. It was my first. So I had a tremendous experience, very excited, and, you go to Yale, you do all this training, and then you're doing a line in a movie, and somehow it's the most exciting thing at the moment, And then at the premiere, it was a big Hollywood again. It was my first one. It was at Grauman's Chinese Theater. And I remember with my manager going to see the film, packed Grauman's Chinese Theater. And no reflection on the quality of the film, but it was very dark. It's a dark film, you know that you've watched it many times, I'm sure. I could not stay awake.
Oh.
My manager kept hitting me. You're at a Hollywood premiere of a movie you're in, and who knows who knows who's who. And I couldn't stay awake. Couldn't stay awake. And the whole thing was like hitting me. So the experience was so different than the credit of it. It was a big deal in what it symbolized in terms of where my career was headed, where I was, being in Hollywood, and all those great things. But the actual nuts and bolts of it was very simple. So that's sort of the experience I had.
Oh, that's very, very interesting. Would you have been working during the day when you went to the premiere? So was it partly, tired, or
Yes,
maybe was
I'm
it?
sure I was. Yeah, at that time, I was probably either waiting on tables, waitering, or hosting at some restaurant. Yes.
Yeah.
So yes, I wasn't just lounging around. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
So was it just the fact that every actor, in the area was going for Batman Returns because it was such a big film that's your agent just inevitably put you into the mix for it?
Um, it was a big deal for me. So I don't know. My manager got me in the mix. Obviously, I had never met Marion Doherty before, and I had a couple of, I had a couple of TV credits. So I had just started working. So for me, it was a big deal. I'm not sure how I got the audition. It was through my manager, obviously. But it's not like Marion Doherty knew me, but I had just enough. It's that thing where the hardest credits are the first couple you get. And I think I had Golden Girls and Cheers. So you could look at that resume and go, okay, I can trust this person on set, that kind of thing.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Was it a fairly straightforward audition for because it obviously quite very small parts, was
Those are
it?
the hardest auditions.
Oh,
You
yeah.
have a line, or, I think I had one line. Those are the hardest auditions because you still have to be a believable human being. You still have to fit in the world and, you know, and be genuine. And it's a line. It's very, at the beginning, at that point in my career, that's what I was auditioning for. And they were very tricky, actually. Harder. It's easier to have 4 pages of great dialogue than it is to have like, you know, duck, magnum, duck, like one line.
Mhm. Yes, how do you sell yourself on just a line? I can understand why that might be quite so that a part of it is obviously if they like you,
Yes, you
you-
want to be someone
Mm,
that they want to have around,
yeah, yeah.
who's going to show up on time, be prepared, and someone you would like to have on set with you. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Uh, so you say you're on set for 3 days. The
Yes.
2 days that you were kind of hanging around, what sort of stuff did you kind of see going on? Was there any memories of that or?
I think they were filming, as I remembered, it was the uh I think it was one of those big scenes where Danny DeVito was talking to the crowds in Gotham City. I think it was one of those scenes. I don't know if it was before he was mayor or after he was mayor. I don't remember. I don't know what sequence wise where they were up to in the story.
Were
Remember,
there like the flat that leave banners out for mayor or anything like that?
I just remembered him being at the front on stage, and there were a lot of extras. I
Mm,
mean, hundreds of actors there, and so I was watching. I wanted to learn. I didn't know what filmmaking was about. I'd come from the theater, so I spent those 2 days standing in the back. I would try to cheat my way towards Video Village where the writers and producers were to see what they were seeing so that I could kind of watch and see what the actors were doing in live, but also look at the monitor to see, oh, it looks like they're doing nothing. And then you look on the monitor and all this stuff was going on, you know. So I was kind of, I took advantage of it and I used the time to kind of learn, you know, since I had all that time on set. Yeah.
Were these night scenes, or
Yes.
they were? I
Yes.
think that might perhaps be when he visits the graves of his parents. That might, because there's a lot of people that photographers and press that come out,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
perhaps
It
that
was
might
very,
be.
I remember Danny DeVito and it was very dark and there were lots of people,
Hmm.
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was there sort of lots of takes? Was it because I'm guessing that Tim Burton would probably want to be
It was,
exceptional.
I do know that it was what I was taking uh, notice of because it was new to me was how long it took to get
Yeah.
shots. So I'm assuming that translates into multiple takes, you know. But it was a long couple days. I mean, they were just yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I think think filmmaking is glamorous but in terms of just watching it happen, I've been in London a few times where they've been doing some filming, exteriors for certain shows and things, and just like getting off a bus and going into a
yeah,
shop 6 or 7 times, 20 minutes or so between takes.
yeah. It
It's
could be
not
half
just
a day just
expecting.
getting a shot. I mean, the most extreme I ever had was I did an episode of Orange is the New Black, and it was directed by Jodie Foster, who was amazing. And I had this 8-page scene. I was the lawyer who put away the lead in the show. I I prosecuted the case against the lead Taylor Schilling in the series, and it was a long scene. We shot it all day. We shot for 6 hours, and we did 47 takes.
Well,
And that was the most I've ever done. And it was fascinating because you'd get tired, you know, like all sorts of things would happen. But it was fascinating. It really was. Yeah.
and how was Jodie Foster as a director?
Oh my God. An actor's dream. She was amazing because she's an actor, her notes, I still remember the notes she gave me. You know, we do a take, she'd come over and, you know, she'd say, like, Neal, you know, I'm seeing the good lawyer. I want to see the man who's the lawyer. Or I don't want to see the man. I want to see the lawyer. I don't want to know how you're feeling about it. I want to see you be a great lawyer. Like she would, and she'd say one thing and you'd be like, oh, you know, and it was great. She was amazing. She was
Hmm.
amazing. Yeah.
I did want to mention your appearance on Cheers because it is like I said, a very big show, well, still is. What was it like being on, with a live audience
Oh, I
and
loved
the
it. I
buzz of
mean, I
it?
come from a comedy background,
Hmm.
a lot of improv comedy in New York and LA. So for me, sitcoms were home really fast. You know, I loved it. So Cheers was great. You know, all those that, you know, the cast, the actors in that cast obviously are legendary. And you know, you spend 5 days together, so you really get to know each other. I don't know if you've ever been seen the process of a sitcom, but
Bits and
you
pieces,
know,
but never had a chance,
yeah, I
unfortunately,
mean,
to
you're at
live
the same
recording.
table every day. You're rereading the whole script every day with rewrites. So you're working with the writers, you're working with every actor, you're in constant working with the director. So it's very collaborative. Um, and so I loved it. Um, and I am very home in front of a live audience, so I enjoyed that a lot. You know,
Well, I think if you watch comedy, especially the same series, and if some of it is shot without an audience, say whole episodes, and then they sort of go back to the audience, the pace is so different. So the performance is
it's
such
really so
it makes a
different. A
difference.
funny little story. I was doing a show for Disney, which was a comedy but without an audience. And so we were trying to make this thing funny, this one bit, and we were I think it was Shake It Up with Zendaya, and we were trying to make this one bit funny. And I went over to the director on a break, and I said, I think I figured it out. I think if we do the elbow thing first, then I say the line, and then it'll get a big laugh. And he said, oh, it'll get a big laugh. I said, yeah, but it's not working right now. He said, yeah, but it'll get a big laugh. And he made a motion like, we're just going to dial up a laugh. Doesn't matter that it's not working. We're going to create the laugh, so don't worry about it. And I was like, oh, like I forgot we were never going to be in front of an audience. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So if you watch the episode, it got a big laugh. You know.
Yeah.
So those things, yes, it's a very different energy.
Yeah.
Being, in front of an audience. Absolutely. Yeah.
Because it was James Burrows, I think, that did your Cheers, so
Yes.
can't get a better comedy director than him.
Yeah.
You've got obviously Kirstie Allen,
Good dancing.
Ted Danson, and so it must have been quite, especially for you're kind of like almost one of your first
Oh my God.
jobs to be surrounded by those kind of people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was great. Like I said, it was great. The work was really fun, but it was just great to have a week where you were with those people. I mean, that's always been my thing as an actor. I want to be in the room with those kind of people. I'm not focused on getting rich or, being recognized, but I want to be in those rooms. And that's what was so exciting for me, Yeah, like Cheers, Golden Girls, those women, yeah.
I must mention Frasier, because I'm a big fan of Frasier,
Oh, yes.
and you're the appraiser, aren't you, on the Antique
Yes, on
Roadshow
the
episode?
Antiques Roadshow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was fun. I got to work with the two of them.
Kelsey Grammer and David Hyde Pierce. Yeah.
David, yeah, and David. And again, what's great when you work with people like that, they're so secure that they can be very generous, And so on a break, me and David, or me and Kelsey, we go, what? Wouldn't it be funny if we maybe try? And even though I'm just there for the week as a guest star, they treat you like family when you're there. I have found that in general with people who are successful and talented that way, with very few exceptions, so generous, so generous. So I had a great experience on that. And that was one of those experiences where they kept rewriting it. On a sitcom, they'll often keep rewriting till the last day. So when we shot it, my little clipboard, yeah, I'm reading from my script. It's right there.
Ah.
Yeah, because I just wanted to make sure I got it right. Yeah.
Was John Mahoney around at all?
Oh yeah, John Mahoney. He had the funniest lines in the scene.
Yes,
Yeah.
I've
Yes,
seen
he had
this.
the
I don't know if
jokes.
in it or
I
not, but
had the
yeah.
setup stuff
Yeah.
with Frasier and David, and then John Mahoney had all the jokes. Yes. Yeah.
Yes, it's
Salt
great.
of the earth, man. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great show, and I've seen Kelsey and David in various shows they did in the West End, and they always came to stage door, happy to chat with their fans,
Yeah.
and you can gauge the quality of a person
Yeah.
as to how they engage after a show, and it
Absolutely.
was very nice.
Yeah.
So just to conclude our lovely chat with a couple of last sort of comments on Batman.
Sure.
So one day you're kind of just sort of doing that. Is most of that day still waiting around for setups and things? It is. Yeah. Because you've got quite a few extras in
I was
the
going to say, because
boundary.
there's so many extras and the lighting, because it was dark, still the lighting was specific. And they really were going for this crowded city, energy. So the blocking was pretty intricate and the shots were specific, and there was a lot of extra people. So yeah, the shots were tricky. Yeah. So it did take a while, but yes, I still had plenty of downtime. Yeah.
Is it also a question of you doing the line and the scene in different various different ways, again to get various options, or is that
I
not so
I
much?
think it was very choreographed. So I think it was more creating. I think they knew what the shot they wanted. We sort of had to walk into the shot, deliver the moment, and then find a reason to like exit so the other person could come in. You know what I mean? It was they definitely had the shot in mind. They didn't do a lot of different setups for that scene. I think they had the setup they wanted, and we had to sort of work within that. So it was like choreography, is really what it was like.
So did you still have a bit of freedom to kind of try things, or was it they kind of
Not
sort of said
really.
this?
No,
Uh,
it was very
no,
specific.
yeah,
Yeah,
mm,
because I think it, as I remember it, like we came in, got the paper, someone else walked by, said something, then I turned and I had a cheek to camera for my line as I'm reading out of the newspaper. Then we had a moment we had to justify leaving. Then the third one came on, so we were all really creating the shot. The camera didn't do a lot of the
yeah.
moving. It seems like we did. You
Yeah,
know.
so you're doing your bit, and it was part of like a almost like a conveyor belt of
Yeah.
other bits, and
Yeah. Exactly.
but
Exactly.
it all happened like that, so that's why it took the time because it
Right.
was a continuous sort of sequence. Yeah.
That's right.
Um, on that downtime, did you get a chance to wander around the set a bit and just have a bit, take it all in? And did you want to do that sort of?
Yeah. Yeah. I still do that actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
No, it's great being on set and seeing, it's always fascinated me how they create, the Gotham City set was to this day one of the most amazing sets I've ever been on. I mean, they created a city.
mm.
You felt like you were in Gotham City. It was pretty brilliant.
I think if you think of the first one was obviously shot over here at Pinewood
Yeah,
Studios, it still feels outdoors. The Batman Returns, even though it's everything is inside. I
that's
think
right.
once you kind of think about that, you think, well, actually, this is quite
Yeah.
something, really.
No, it was amazing. Being on the set was very exciting because it was you you time traveled to Gotham City.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And obviously it's set in modern day, but it's designed so that it sort of
Yeah.
feels a bit timeless, doesn't
Sort
it?
of, yeah, a bit of timeless modern day.
Mm. Yeah,
It felt, I mean, I live in New York City. You live, well, London fairly well, probably,
yeah.
but it felt modern, but like an old forgotten part of the city. It had an old feel,
Mm.
even though it was modern. You know.
So you wouldn't have had the chance to have a look at the Batmobile or anything like that. These things are
No,
kind of guarded, I suppose, but
yeah, I was going to say the Batmobile wasn't like parked on the, you
no,
know,
no,
out anywhere where you could. No,
no.
no, 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 no.
Yeah.
That would have been cool. Yeah.
Because I know that set security I know has changed a lot in the last
Oh my
30
God,
years or
so
so.
much,
And
so much.
you used to be able to go around Pinewood Studios for like fan conventions. And my dad took me to those things started when I was about 12. So we're here, it's his fault we're talking now, really. But it was all open, you
Oh
could
my
go
God.
around all the stages and things, and there wasn't. So that's why I was sort of wondering really
So,
kind of what you could see and what you couldn't really.
yeah, no, they did not have that stuff out, but the set we were on was so huge. It
Mm.
was all encompassing. But to your point, when I first moved to Los Angeles, I just started working maybe, and I lived across the street from MGM Studios.
Ah,
So one day, I just walked on the lot. I pretended I worked there. I put on a sport jacket. I waved hello to the guard, and they let me just walk in. And I walked around, looked at all the sets, um, and there was something shooting. I walked in. It was some TV movie, and I walked in and I watched for about half an hour. And I was sitting in one of the chairs. I was talking to the other actors, and finally a guard came up and said, "Excuse me, sir, who are you?" And I'd been there almost an hour. And I said, "My name's Neal." He goes, "Are you working on this film? Do you belong here?" I didn't. I was like, "No, no, I don't." He goes, "Would you please leave?" I'm like, "Yes." But because I wasn't gonna. get arrested. But you couldn't. I mean, that would be impossible.
Yeah. You do hear some interesting stories about people blagging their way onto to stage.
Yeah,
And I think I can't remember who it was now, whether it was something that came up in one of my interviews or something I saw on TV, but where an actor literally blagged their way in, so they actually got an office and they actually set up
totally do that.
and they were calling around other departments and he was getting himself work. You know,
I could totally see that.
he had a phone
Yeah,
line put in
there
and
was
all
really no
sorts.
security. You know. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's sad really that kind of thing's changed,
Uh,
but so although your first viewing of Batman Returns was less than a bit anticlimactic, did you then watch the film soon after that? And if so, what did you kind of think of it?
No, I didn't. I went to the I went to the opening at
Yeah,
Cummins and saw it there. And but it's not a reflection on the film. I mean, I was saying my with my early jobs, I often didn't watch them right away. I remember I did Seinfeld and I didn't watch it for a couple of years just because. So it's just I don't always watch work I've done immediately.
I think a lot of actors I speak to don't even say 40, 50 years later, if we're
Yeah,
talking about something specific, I often offer to send them copies of things.
yeah.
And some of them, even after that time, just don't want to see
No,
them.
I know. You know why I saw my Seinfeld episode? I was on a plane and I'm on an aisle seat, and the woman on the other aisle seat was watching, and I started watching. I was, oh my God, that's my episode. So I watched it. That's how I saw it.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Uh, so at the premiere, did you get to enjoy the whole experience in terms of, you know, the buzz of people coming in, and then did you go to the after party, things like that?
I don't remember if I mean, I do not remember that part of it.
Right.
I really just remember the screening.
Yeah.
I don't remember
Mm,
what the after party was
mm,
if I was there.
yeah. And are you a Batman fan? Or is it something that
Well, I grew up with the TV series. I mean, I,
that's one?
uh, perhaps I'm a little more sentimental about the TV series than the subsequent films. Even though I love the first Batman, but I'm more sentimental about the series. I grew up on Batman and Robin, so
I
it's
grew up on repeats of Batman and
oh
Robin.
well, yeah, yeah, yeah,
I would my mum would be recording them because I went to a school that finished at 6 o'clock at night, a private
yeah,
school. So mum would take them on, video for me.
yeah.
I grew up as, sort of a later generation of the show. But I think in terms of the Batman films, I think Batman Returns is probably my personal favorite.
Oh,
Just
really?
maybe it's that Christmassy setting or just the sort of
Yeah.
and Danny Elfman's music is
The music
fantastic.
is amazing, and the vibe that they created, is very intense. And it's very emotional. It's a very emotional story.
It is.
So yeah,
So as a film, you quite like it as a piece of
yeah.
cinema.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah,
But I think it was very interesting that it was marketed for kids, and it's
yeah.
not.
It doesn't.
No,
Batman Returns does not feel like a kids movie at all.
no,
I mean,
no.
it's really dark and emotional and a bit wrenching. It's the whole origin story. Yeah, it doesn't.
I,
Yeah,
I
it's
think I
very
think it's
dark.
dark. I think it's
Yeah,
darker than the first film, and yet
yeah.
some
Oh, it
critics
is.
some critics said, "Oh, it's a bit lighter," so it's kind of a bit
Oh,
odd. But I think it's much darker,
yeah.
and doesn't quite go together with McDonald's Happy Meals, does it? And kids and things.
No.
That's what they did. But
Yeah.
uh,
No.
so,
They let Danny DeVito be really ugly.
yeah.
The Penguin, like it was really harsh. Which was fascinating, but not doesn't didn't feel like for kids. Yeah.
No, I think there is a parallel with the Adam West TV series in the respect of the whole Penguin running for mayor.
Oh yeah, yeah,
And I asked Danny Walters, the writer about that thing, and he said it's purely coincidence.
Oh, really?
I think it was maybe in his subconscious,
Oh,
but he
okay.
didn't watch
Yeah.
it and start to copy it or anything.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
that was interesting.
Yeah.
So despite it being so early on in your career and such a small little part, is it something that continues to sort of come back into your life? People keep asking you about it?
You know what? It's funny you say that. I was in having some physical therapy for my knee last year. And I go down to have my physical therapy, and on the wall, it had posters of all the Batman films. And they were having some big contest about pick your favorite. And then there was a prize depending on which one you picked. And, and these are, these physical therapists all in their 20s and 30s. They're not actors. So I don't know where the fascination, where their connection came. But to all those people, when they found out I was in Batman Returns, they like freaked out. And they were into the whole Batman. So it's still a thing. It's still a thing. And that surprised me. But that, like, in the middle of nowhere, there's this, which Batman movie was the best contest going on. So,
You didn't find out which film won.
no, I don't know who won. No, I don't know who won.
Uh,
I might have got a few votes for the film.
oh, I'm sure you would have done. Yeah,
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
yeah.
But that was pretty funny though.
I mean, Batman Returns is one of those films that always continues to sort of go up in people's
Yeah.
ratings. I think at the time it was a bit dismissed.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't remember it being a giant hit when it opened. But it's endured for sure. Yeah.
And they've just started to do lots of film music concerts, and they're doing a Batman Returns concert, I think later in the year
Oh,
and
really?
maybe next year. Sort of live orchestra and all that.
Music, music is great. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Um, and my final question, Neil, what's your favorite project that you've done in your career?
I have lots of favorites for different reasons. Um, but I would say overall, as an acting experience, I think I mentioned it, was being a part of American Fiction. Did you see that film? It won a couple of Academy Awards. It was 2 years ago, I think.
Yeah, yes, I have seen it. Yeah, yeah.
With Issa Rae and Jeffrey Wright and amazing cast.
Mm.
And it was it was one of those experiences where it was exactly what I wanted to be doing with exactly who I want to be doing it with. I was on set for a week. It's collaborative. I really enjoyed the role. I really enjoyed who I was working with. It was always challenging and collaborative. Everyone was involved. I don't think when we were shooting it, anyone was sitting there thinking we're making an Academy Award winning film. It wasn't the vibe. It was just let's tell a good story. Let's play with this. Let's really find it. And so I had a tremendous time.
Hmm.
So that definitely has been a highlight. I mean, I've had a lot of good experiences, but that one was absolutely a recent, really good one. Yeah.
And you continue to dip in and out of TV and theatre. You feel comfortable
Yes,
in
I
all
do. I
mediums?
do theater, TV, and film. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah, yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
Yeah. What was the play you just finished? 'Cause I know you said you were doing one when we last spoke.
Well, I just finished a workshop of a new play um, about a slave owner, and it's based on a historical story, and his slave who became the first black ophthalmologist in America, and I was his slave owner. So it's a workshop about that story, and it was really wild. I did a couple of workshops of it. It's a fascinating story.
Is that then going to have a run
Well, they're
or
still developing it, so
still
they'll probably
developing
be
it?
more workshopping for
Yeah.
it.
And have you ever done anything over here in the UK?
It's funny you asked that because I was just on the phone today with a friend in the UK. Um, I've written a one-man show called "What Would Meryl Do?" about me and Meryl Streep, and the show is all true except for the parts that aren't.
Right.
And it's a comedy. It's very funny. And I did a workshop performance of it in the fall, and it went way beyond my expectations. And people seem to really, really love it. And I have a producer friend in London who read it and wants me to come over to London and do it. Started as a pub show, like a Fringe, and then see if we can move it to a bigger venue, that kind of thing. So I may be in London later this year with my show.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that sounds wonderful. I'd love to come and see you if it
I will let you
works
know.
out. Yeah.
If it ends up happening, I will absolutely let you know.
Oh, please do. Well,
I will.
yeah, yeah. Well, I wish you best luck with that,
Oh,
Neil.
thank you. It's really nice to meet you, and good luck with this.
Thank you very
And
much.
I'm real interested to read what you end up with, and what everyone else's experiences were. I'd like to. It'll be interesting for me to take a look at that.
I'll send you the final product.
Great, great. All right, Philip. Great to meet you.
And you, thank you very much for speaking to me.
Sure. All right. Take care.
Take care, Neil. Bye.
Bye.